Chapter 457. Among them, there were two supreme great Taos, the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao. But the 3,000 sectors were different. Each sector corresponded to a chaos fiend god, and it was the embodiment of their Tao. This was a world that the great Tao could not bear to see the chaos fiend god's inheritance being lost. Of course, this was also a backup plan left by the great Tao for the resurrection of the chaos fiend god. After these worlds were developed to a certain extent, the chaos fiend god could use this to return and save countless years of recovery time. He could return to his peak state in one step. He might even go further. After all, he was the son of the great Tao, the most noble existence in the chaos, and he had the protection of the great Tao. How could the great Tao watch them die? It would definitely arrange a way out for them. Speaking of which, this plan was inspired by Pangu when he opened up the primordial world. Pangu opened up the primordial world to verify his own great Tao in order to break through to a higher realm. When the great Tao saw this, it copied and used this method on the chaos fiend god to leave a way out for them. It had to be said that the great Tao was really sloppy. However, the chaos fiend god had died, and most of his origin had been devoured by the primordial world, becoming resources for Pangu's advancement. Only a part of the origin was left to evolve the world, and its potential was limited. It was far from reaching the achievements of the primordial world. Therefore, the chaos fiend god might be able to recover because of this, but he would never be able to reach the achievements of Pangu. His innate conditions were too poor. Moreover, the 3,000 sectors were born from the chaos fiend god's Tao. Their attributes were relatively monotonous, and the civilizations born were relatively monotonous. They were far from the brilliance and glory of the primordial world. Of course, monotonous also had its advantages. At the end of a Tao, the cultivation civilization born would also have its own characteristics. The Western myths and legends that Feng Zichen heard of in the future, magic, battle chi, angels, Mount Olympus, and so on, all originated from these sectors. There were 3,000 worlds, 3,000 different Taos, countless cultivation civilizations, and all kinds of strange races. Each had their own characteristics. It could be said that there was nothing you couldn't find. Among them, there was no lack of worlds similar to the primordial world. It was like a projection of the primordial world, but its strength was countless times weaker and unusually magical. Refine. Collecting his thoughts, Feng Zichen cast his magical power and ignited the fire of yin and yang. He took out pieces of chaos stones he found in the chaos outside the realm and refined them into ancient portals, fusing them with the void passage floating in front of him. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. 3,000 ancient and profound doors stood in front of Feng Zichen. This was a realm gate. As the name suggests, this was the gateway to the great wide world. After all, the void passage was not very stable. It was safer to turn them into reality. Furthermore, refining the door was equivalent to locking onto the location of the Great Thousand Realms. It was useless now. However, when the Great Wide World opened up in the future, it would be very useful. It would be equivalent to taking the initiative in advance. One step ahead, every step ahead. There were many benefits to this. Go! Feng Zichen swung his sleeve. The void trembled and a turbulent current appeared. It carried the 3,000 world gates and arrived at a top-level grotto heaven. It was Zichen's grotto heaven. Rumble. The world gates descended from the sky and fell into Zichen's grotto heaven. They disappeared into the void. The passage to the 3,000 great wide worlds was ready. However, choosing who to enter had always been a headache for Feng Zichen. It was unfair no matter who he chose. Originally, he had planned to choose the human prodigy to enter the great wide world. After all, the better the talent, the greater the achievements. It was safer to choose the prodigy to enter. Although this was unfair, the world was like this. There was no fairness. Moreover, it was customary to give preferential treatment to the talented clansmen. It was the same for all the clans in the primordial world. There was nothing unfair about it. It would be problematic if he did not do so. However, at the last moment, Feng Zichen changed his mind. Would the prodigy that he thought of still be a prodigy after leaving the primordial world? Moreover, would the prodigy of the primordial world not be acclimatized after going to the great wide world? Of course, these were all Feng Zichen's random thoughts. It was unknown if they were true or not. What really made him change his mind was that he suddenly thought of a problem. The reason why a prodigy was not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because of his amazing luck. What was a prodigy? The prodigy. Such people were born with the favor of heaven and earth. They had extraordinary talent and luck that made others jealous. To others, encountering treasures while out in the open, misfortune turning into fortune, and so on, these were rare fortuitous encounters. But to the heavens chosen, these were common occurrences. Otherwise, how could they live up to the title of a prodigy? That was the problem. Their luck was given to them by the primordial world. However, if they left the primordial world and went to the great wide world, who knew if they would still have this luck? If they did, it would be a happy ending. If not, wouldn't they be courting death? To the great wide world, they were outsiders and would definitely be targeted by the will of heaven and earth. If they did not have luck, one could imagine how dangerous it would be. Although the great wide world and the primordial world came from the same source, their luck was theoretically connected. But now, the 3,000 great wide worlds were not connected to the primordial world, right? Each of them formed their own system and might not recognize the luck of the primordial world. Moreover, to put it bluntly, prodigies were only favored by a wisp of the will of heaven and earth. They might have great potential in a small place, but in the entire primordial world, they were nothing. That was because the main character of this world would always be the connate godfiends. They were the existences that were truly favored by the heavenly Tao. No matter how strong a prodigy was, he could not compare to a connate godfiend. If a connate godfiend went to the great wide world, he would definitely be protected by the heavenly Tao. However, a prodigy might not be so. He had to wait until the passage between the primordial world and the great wide world was completely opened and connected. Only then could a prodigy enjoy the same treatment as the primordial world in the great wide world. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen hesitated. He planned to change the selection method. He moved the 3,000 world gates into Zichen's grotto heaven and hid in the void. He let all the human cultivators who had not become golden immortals go and search. This way, everyone would rely on their own opportunities and it would be fair. Moreover, there was another benefit to choosing this way. The great wide world they chose would definitely be the most compatible with them. There would be opportunities waiting for them inside. Otherwise, they would not be able to find the corresponding great wide world. Everything is ready. Let's begin. With a thought, Feng Zichen's spiritual will surged out and enveloped the entire human territory. In the next moment, all the human cultivators who had not become golden immortals disappeared on the spot. They were pulled into an unknown void by Feng Zichen. The great Taoist priests were that strong. What is this place? When they came back to their senses, everyone realized that the environment around them had suddenly changed. It was as if they were in a mysterious void. They could not help but feel terrified. When they looked again, the faces around them were all familiar humans. This made them even more terrified. Who could kidnap all of them in the human territory without anyone noticing? Could it be that, was it a powerful expert of the demon clan who had made a move? Doubt, fear, nervousness, uneasiness, and a series of negative emotions spread in everyone's hearts. Those who were timid had already begun to tremble all over and could not help but break out in cold sweat. There were even some who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. It was simply a disgrace to the human clan. Of course, there were also some who performed well. After the initial doubt and fear, they immediately calmed down and secretly looked around to find an opportunity to escape. They were promising talents. Feng Zichen did not appear. Instead, he watched all of this coldly. When he saw those who were nervous, he was expressionless. When he saw those who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, he showed a look of disgust. When he saw those who calmly analyzed, he secretly nodded and was very satisfied. In just a moment, he had seen the performance of everyone present. Then he waved his hand and sent those nervous clansmen back to their original place. If one wanted to become an expert, one had to have a strong Tao heart. If one did not have it, no matter how talented one was, one's achievements would be limited. Obviously, these people were not qualified and had been filtered out by Feng Zichen. After all, there were too many human cultivators below the golden immortal realm. There were so many that Zichen's grotto heaven could not accommodate them. If he did not eliminate a batch in advance and let them try batch by batch, he did not know how much time it would take. After that, Feng Zichen waved his hand again and sent those clansmen who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy to the hunting team. It was considered to be giving them a last chance. In order to train his clansmen, Feng Zichen attracted many ferocious beasts in the human territory. Now that the human clan was facing the calamity of extermination, in order to maintain stability, he had to eliminate all unstable factors. Naturally, these ferocious beasts could not be left alive. Everyone made mistakes. This time, Feng Zichen chose to forgive them, but he could not let them have an easy time. Hunting the ferocious beasts was their punishment. Feng Zichen had already ordered that no one was allowed to help them and let them hunt the ferocious beasts with their own abilities. If they could survive, they would become qualified human warriors. If they could not survive, they could only blame their bad luck. What could they do about it? All of you are good. After sending away the two groups of people with a flip of his hand, Feng Zichen said to the remaining people. At this time, those who could still stay here were all people with a firm Tao heart and extraordinary wisdom. When faced with sudden danger, they would not panic. Instead, they could quickly calm down. Only such people could live for a long time in troubled times. This was also the reason why Feng Zichen asked them to stay. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A familiar voice rang out. Everyone instantly recognized the origin of the person who spoke and hurriedly bowed. The human emperor. The supreme ruler of the human clan. No need for formalities. I called you here today because I have an opportunity for you. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and lifted everyone up. He glanced at them and said lightly. Chapter 458. Opportunity. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a little excited. With the status of the human emperor, how extraordinary would it be to say that it was an opportunity? Perhaps, whether they could prove their Tao in the future would depend on this opportunity. Thinking of this, everyone cheered up. They bowed to Feng Zichen again and said in unison, "Your Majesty, please tell us what to do." After that, they did not get up and looked at Feng Zichen eagerly, waiting for him to give them the opportunity. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but laugh and sigh. Unknowingly, he had become an existence that all living beings looked up to. Any random action of his could change the fate of countless people. He could even affect the future of the untainted land. It felt so good to be looked up to. The power of authority was so wonderful. No wonder so many people worked so hard for it. To be honest, Feng Zichen was a little addicted to this feeling. Wasn't this the purpose of cultivating so hard? Cultivating was to change one's fate and become a man above all others. Of course, being addicted to it was one thing. Feng Zichen would not be influenced by this feeling. True strength lay in completely dominating one's own power, not being dominated by it. Well, the opportunity is in Zichen's cave. Whether you can find it or not depends on your own luck. Putting away his thoughts, Feng Zichen did not want to talk more. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw these people into Zichen's cave. Now, after Feng Zichen had eliminated 2 batches of people in a row, there were less than 1 in 10,000 human cultivators left. There were about 1 million of them left. Zichen's cave could still accommodate such a small number of people. Zichen's cave. Rays of clear light descended from the sky and turned into human figures. They stood in the void and looked around curiously. Zichen's cave was not unfamiliar to them. Or rather, it should be said that all humans were familiar with it. Because all humans had to come to Zichen's cave to cultivate for a period of time before they became immortals. This was a tradition of the human race. Because they were familiar with Zichen's grotto heaven, these people were the most familiar with what kind of opportunities there were. The greatest opportunity in this place was the center of the grotto heaven, the 5 elements creation pool on Ziwei Mountain. Legend has it that the 5 elements creation pool was set up by the human sovereign when he was young. It was born at the same time as Zichen's grotto heaven and was favored by the heavenly Tao. Once it was born, it was a high-grade Khanate merit spiritual treasure, a precious treasure of the celestial demon Tao. Of course, top grade was a thing of the past. After so many years of development, the path of the gods and devils had become more and more prosperous. Correspondingly, the 5 elements creation pool had also improved along with it. It had long become a supreme-grade Khanate merit spirit treasure, and its power had increased greatly. The offensive power of the 5 elements creation pool was not very strong. It was a supportive Khanate numinous treasure that could continuously produce creation spirit liquid to cleanse the meridians of humans, improve their physique, and enhance their talent. The 5 elements creation pool had contributed greatly to the human race's success today. It had created countless geniuses for the human race. Moreover, this was not the most important thing about the 5 elements creation pool. Its greatest use was to help one go against the Khanate heavens and become a Khanate god-fiend. This was a heaven-defying opportunity. Just this point alone had saved one countless years of bitter cultivation. The 5 elements creation pool was located on Ziwei Mountain. It could receive chaos yuan qi from above, draw upon the heavenly cycle stellar force from the middle, and absorb earth vein qi from below. Just like that, millions of years had passed and countless fortunes had been accumulated. Even an ordinary person could become a Khanate life form after soaking in the creation pool. If all of this was used to help one person, it would not be difficult to transform them into a Khanate god-fiend. It should be noted that humans usually used the creation spiritual liquid by the drop. It was impossible for them to soak in the pool. However, the situation was different now. The human race was about to be wiped out. There was no point in keeping these things. It was better to use them to strengthen the human race than to leave them here to collect dust. Everyone had obviously thought of this. After some thought, they all flew towards Ziwei Mountain. Unfortunately, Ziwei Mountain was not so easy to climb. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. Only the strongest could reach the top. After all, there was only one opportunity to become a Khanate god-fiend. There were hundreds of thousands of people who had come to try their luck. Of course, they would choose the best. However, the opportunities in Zichen's grotto heaven were not limited to the 5 elements creation pool. This time, Feng Zichen had put in a lot of effort. He took out all his treasures and placed them in Ziwei grotto heaven as their opportunity this time. Feng Zichen was even prepared to take out the star tree. In the past, it was to guard against the demon race. Now that the demon race had come knocking on their door, there was no point in hiding it anymore. It would be good to take it out to increase the strength of the human race. The connection between the primordial world and the upper-class world had yet to be established, so the number of people who could enter was limited. There were nearly 1 million people present, so it was impossible for everyone to have a chance to enter. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, the number of people who would enter the upper-class world should not exceed 1 yuan, which was 129,600 people. In other words, there were nearly 800,000 to 900,000 people who would not be selected by the upper-class world. Of course, Feng Zichen would not let these people make a wasted trip. The opportunities in Zichen's grotto heaven were prepared for them. Moreover, the dangers of the upper-class world were unknown. Those who went to the upper-class world could also benefit from this opportunity and increase their chances of survival. In the Great Calamity, every bit of strength increased would increase their chances of survival. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During this period of time, many people had discovered the realm gates one after another and been sent to the upper-class world. These were the hopes of the human race. Although the laws of the primordial world were completely different from the laws of the upper-class world, this did not mean that the laws of the primordial world could not be used in the upper-class world. After all, the origin of the primordial world contained the Tao of the 3,000 fiend gods. The 3,000 upper-class worlds were still a part of the primordial world, so the laws were still universal. However, it was inevitable that they would be somewhat suppressed. In the end, it was not the mainstream of the world. However, Feng Zichen believed that with the powerful adaptability and potential of the path of the fiend gods, even if it was suppressed in other worlds, it would still be able to shine brightly. Feng Zichen still had his own selfish motives for sending the human race into the 3,000 upper-class worlds. Not only were they the hope of the human race, but they were also Feng Zichen's preachers, spreading the path of the fiend gods for him. When the passage between the 3,000 upper-class worlds and the primordial world was completely opened, those saints and great divine abilities ran over excitedly to preach the path, but they were surprised to find that the path of the fiend gods had already taken root there. Their expressions must be very interesting. At that time, even if they wanted to find trouble with Feng Zichen, it would be too late. With the luck of the 3,000 upper-class worlds in his body, how powerful would Feng Zichen be? At the very least, he would be in existence comparable to a saint. Very good. Very good. At this speed, the selection should be over before the demon clan attacks. Looking at everything that happened in Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. After these clansmen went to the upper-class worlds, he could be completely relieved. The human race still had a fire seed in the world, so he could fight the demon clan without any worries. After another 300 years, Feng Zichen estimated that more than 100,000 people had entered the 3,000 upper-class worlds. They would soon reach the limit that the upper-class worlds could accommodate, the number of yuan. Seeing this, Feng Zichen was completely relieved. The torch plan was considered a success. That's right, Feng Zichen named this plan the torch plan. The spirit of humanity was passed down by the torch. The torch was the symbol of the human race. These clansmen who left were the future hope of the human race. They would carry the torch and spread the glory of the human race to the 3,000 upper-class worlds. It's almost over. Retracting his gaze from the realm gate, Feng Zichen looked at the people who had not entered the upper-class worlds. They were actually not bad. However, they were born in the wrong era and had to be buried with the human race. Feng Zichen was not sure if these people could survive. The only thing he could do was to keep these people in Zichen's grotto heaven. Zichen's grotto heaven was located in the ancestral land of the human race. As long as the demon clan did not attack this place, they would be safe. However, if the demon clan was heartbroken and did not care about Nuwa at all and attacked this place forcefully, Feng Zichen would not be able to do anything. Feng Zichen could not bear for them to die. In terms of talent, these people were not inferior to the clansmen who had entered the upper-class worlds. Unfortunately, they were unlucky. Just as Feng Zichen was lamenting the fate of everyone, above the 9 heavens, a demon clan army had already gathered. They formed an army formation and headed towards the primordial land to attack the human race. The demon clan did not send a large army this time, only 10,000 troops. They were not elites, but dispensable characters of the various clans. To be precise, this was an army formed by cannon fodder. The primordial land was ultimately the territory of the Magi. The demon clan did not dare to send out elites on a large scale and risk their lives. If they were destroyed by the Magi, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? Therefore, the demon clan sent out this group of cannon fodder. Firstly, even if these demons were killed by the Magi, the demon clan would not feel the pinch. Secondly, that was an insult to the human race. No matter what, the demon clan was a race formed by connate lifeforms. The cannon fodder they sent might not be valued by the demon clan, but they were still connate lifeforms. What about the human race? The only postnatal race in the primordial land. In the eyes of connate lifeforms, postnatal lifeforms were a bunch of filthy things that could not be brought to the table. Destroying them was as easy as flipping one's hand. This was the reason why the demon clan sent out these demons. They really did not take the human race seriously. The cannon fodder army set off from the boundless void, crossed the sea of stars, passed through the heaven-human boundary, and arrived at the primordial land. Then, they passed through the astral wind belt, the lightning fire layer, and finally arrived at the primordial land. The demon clan did not have the slightest control over the primordial land. Passing through the void was extremely dangerous for them. Therefore, if they wanted to arrive at the primordial land, they could only fly slowly. This gave the human race a chance to catch their breath. When the demon clan arrived at the primordial land, it was already hundreds of years later. At this time, Feng Zichen's torch plan had already succeeded, and the opportunities in Zichen's grotto heaven had almost been discovered. Chapter 459. Among them, Feng Xian had the greatest opportunity. With his powerful body, he had withstood the pressure of Ziwei Mountain and was the first to reach the peak. He had entered the 5 elements fortune pool and received the baptism of the fortune elixir to transform himself into a Khanate god-fiend. However, transforming into a Khanate god-fiend was not something that could be done in a day. It was a long process. Therefore, after entering the 5 elements fortune pool and going through the initial torture, he had been in a deep slumber. This calamity of the human race had nothing to do with him. A Khanate spiritual treasure could not protect an entire race, but it was more than enough to protect one person. Sleeping in the 5 elements fortune pool, Feng Xian's luck could be said to be heaven-defying. Feng Xian did not have to worry about this calamity. One had to admit that the Feng bloodline of the human race was full of geniuses. Many experts of the human race were surnamed Feng. Speaking of which, this was because of Suiren and Feng Zichen. The 2 patriarchs of the human race, Suiren and Feng Zichen, were both surnamed Feng. As such, in consideration of the contributions of the Feng bloodline, the human race's luck favored this bloodline. This was why there were so many geniuses of the Feng bloodline. The other person, Chen Xing, was not inferior to Feng Xian in terms of luck. In fact, his luck was even better. Perhaps it was because of his name, or perhaps it was the final radiance of the human race's luck that created another person with great luck. This person wandered around Zichen's grotto heaven for several years and was unexpectedly favored by the Khanate star tree. He obtained a star origin fruit. This was no ordinary fruit. It was formed from the Khanate star tree's essence. It was extremely rare and might not bear even one fruit in billions of years. It could be said that since the birth of the Khanate star tree, it had only borne one star origin fruit. Consuming this fruit could cleanse one's essence and harmonize with the Tao of heaven and earth, becoming a noble Khanate god-fiend. The extraordinariness of this fruit could be seen from this. It was this fruit that was easily obtained by Chen Xing. His luck was truly enviable. Now, Chen Xing was in seclusion under the Khanate star tree, working hard to cleanse his essence and transform into a Khanate god-fiend. Of course, this was an extremely long process. However, with the protection of the Khanate star tree, Chen Xing managed to avoid this calamity. As for these 2 people, he was not the one with the best luck among the human race. At present, the 3 disciples of Feng Zichen were the luckiest in the human race. Feng Jie, Jiang Xiong, and Jiang Hui. As the disciples of Feng Zichen, they were the 3 most brilliant figures in the future of the humankind. How could Feng Zichen let them die in this disaster? They had a brighter future ahead of them and should not fall here. Therefore, after the realm gate was successfully refined, Feng Zichen immediately searched for the 3 of them and planned to send them to the great wide world. However, Feng Zichen had spent 100 years searching every inch of the untainted land with his spiritual will, but he had not found any trace of the 3 of them. Feng Jie and the other 2 suddenly disappeared from the untainted land. This really gave Feng Zichen a fright. To be able to affect the present from the endless future, one could imagine how powerful the 3 of them were. Even if Daluo Jingxian had not become a primordial chaos expert, he would not be far away. They were the true future of the human race. They could lead the human race to glory, so nothing could happen to them. However, when Feng Zichen thought about it, the anxiety in his heart immediately disappeared. The future of the 3 of them was destined. They would definitely become top great divine masters. All the hardships they had experienced now were resources for their growth. They would not bring about any danger to their lives. In that case, what was there to worry about? After relaxing, Feng Zichen followed the auras of the 3 of them and deduced that they were already in the great wide world. What was a great creation? This was a great creation. Without passing through the world tree, they had entered the 3,000 great wide worlds. Obviously, this was driven by the heavenly Tao, and no one else had this ability. At this time, everything was clear. Why had Feng Zichen never heard of the three of them in the future? Because they did not rise in the untainted land at all. They rose in the 3,000 great wide worlds and fought their way into the untainted land step by step. In the world without Feng Zichen, the three of them were transmitted to the great wide world for some unknown reason. It was there that they rose to power and became great divine ability users. After that, the passage between the 3,000 great wide worlds and the untainted land was completely opened. The three of them were able to return to the untainted land and began to create their own glory. However, at that time, the untainted land was already broken. Immortals and mortals were completely isolated. Many legends had not been spread in the human world. It was normal that Feng Zichen had not heard of them. With the help of the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen did not need to worry about the safety of the three of them. He just needed to wait for the three of them to bring him a huge surprise in the future. In addition to the five of them, the rest of the human race also had their own opportunities. It was just that they were not as big as them. Among them, the biggest opportunity was the fruit of the innate star tree, the innate star fruit. There were a total of 365 innate star fruits, which corresponded to Zhosheng. Although their effects were not as powerful as the star origin fruit, which could transform one into a connate divine demon, they were still very extraordinary. After eating a star fruit, one could transform into a corresponding star body, which was not inferior to a top connate life form. In this way, after another 100 years, when the last of the human race stepped into the great wide world, the number of yuan was reached. The portal closed and fell into silence. Although it was unknown when the portal would open again, it definitely would not open during this calamity. At this point, the Tinder plan was considered to be completed. This journey of opportunity had also come to an end. However, Feng Zichen did not let them leave. Instead, he used a divine skill to completely seal off Zichen's cave. Rumble. The innate star tree no longer hid and revealed itself from the void. Its body was so huge that it connected heaven and earth, supporting Zichen's cave. The crown of the tree even covered the entire sky. After millions of years of growth, the innate star tree was no longer the small sapling that Feng Zichen had first seen, but a divine tree that covered the sky. Although it had not grown to its peak state, it was not inferior to a mighty figure in the sage-to-be realm. Boundless star power hung down from the innate star tree, turning into mysterious Tao patterns that completely covered Zichen's cave. At the same time, the mysteries of Zichen's cave had completely disappeared from the untainted land. The supreme grade innate spiritual root itself had the powerful ability to conceal the mysteries of heaven. Now, the innate star tree had merged with Zichen's cave and shared its power with it. It blocked all the mysteries of heaven, so that no one could discover its existence. In this way, it would be difficult to calculate the whereabouts of Zichen's cave. The changes were not over yet. Inside Zichen's cave, the projection of Zhosheng in the sky suddenly shone brightly and operated according to an inexplicable formation. As the stars moved, a vast galaxy quietly appeared. Then, rays of light began to merge, turning into a huge beam of light that penetrated the past and present. It was the cosmic light. The power of time and space surged out. Then, Zichen's cave shook and disappeared from the void. The cosmic light formation of the Milky Way. This was another application of Zhosheng that Feng Zichen had comprehended. It belonged to the top innate formation of the way of time and space. The cosmic light pushed the galaxy and deduced the power of time and space, drowning Zichen's cave and completely erasing its existence in the untainted land. The moment Zichen's cave disappeared, all the information about Zichen's cave disappeared from the minds of the human clansmen outside. No, not only the human clansmen. Under the effect of the cosmic light formation of the galaxy, the entire untainted land, except for Daluo Jinxian, had forgotten about Zichen's cave. In this way, Zichen's cave could be protected to the greatest extent and not be known by the demon clansmen. The connate star tree covered the secrets of heaven, and the cosmic light formation of the galaxy hid its traces. Everything about Zichen's cave was covered up by Feng Zichen. If this could still be discovered, Feng Zichen had no other way. From now on, you all will work hard in Zichen's cave to cultivate. When the time is right, you will have a chance to come out. Feng Zichen said to Zichen's cave for the last time. He turned and left without looking at the reactions of the people inside. Even a cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. How could Feng Zichen put all his eggs in one basket? If the torch plan failed and all the clansmen who went to the upper-class world died, wouldn't the future of the human clan be over? So he left another way out for the human clan. That was Zichen's cave. The geniuses who stayed here were not inferior to the clansmen who went to the 3,000 upper-class worlds. Their future was also limitless. Especially after receiving the opportunity bestowed by Feng Zichen, their talent had improved a little. Many of them had even taken a step forward and become gold immortals. This was also the future of the human clan. Therefore, Feng Zichen had to think of a way to protect them. Hiding Zichen's cave was the only way he could think of. Unfortunately, this method was not as secretive as the torch plan. Feng Zichen did not know if it would succeed. He could only do his best and leave it to fate. Boom. Outside the human clan's territory, the void distorted. The demon clan's army walked out of it and headed straight for the human clan. But did not have the slightest plan. They just walked over calmly. They wanted to destroy the human clan in one battle. It was simple and violent. This was the confidence of the demon clan. The confidence that had been cultivated by being invincible for a long time. Even if this demon clan army was made up of cannon fodder, they still had this confidence. In the entire primordial world, other than the shaman clan, no other clan could contend with the demon clan. Those who dared to resist them had all become the dust of history. The small human clan was no exception. As the demon clan army advanced, rays of clear light rose from their bodies. They were clear and ethereal, gradually connecting into a huge light screen. This was the demon clan's battle formation. With a deduction divine artifact like the He Tu and the Luo Shu, and a grandmaster of the Tao of deduction like Fuxi, what the demon clan did not lack the most was array formations. Now, the array formation formed by the demon clan army was the most commonly used array formation when the demon clan went to war. Chapter 460. The most famous array formation of the demon race was, of course, the heavenly cycle star formation. However, it was clearly a waste to use the array formation of the demon race to deal with a mere human. Furthermore, this army was made up of the cannon fodder of the demon race. Their status in the demon race was even lower. They were not qualified to come into contact with high-end Khanate arrays like Zhouxing. Therefore, the array formation used by this group of cannon fodder was a formation that the demon race often used in small-scale battles, the heavenly demon array. This array formation was created by Fuxi. Although it was not a Khanate array formation, its power could not be underestimated. It could be ranked in the top 10 among the postnatal array formations of the primordial world. No matter what, it was an array formation used by the demon race for battle. Its power could not be too weak. The key to the heavenly demon array was the word heaven. The demon race lived in the 9 heavens, and the heaven referred to the 9 heavens. In other words, when the heavenly demon array was activated, it could borrow the power of the 9 heavens. The clear light connected with each other, and the dermic powers of the demon race army also connected with each other. Gradually, they formed a vast sky above the demon race army. Rumble. A powerful pressure attacked, and the world changed color. The void trembled, bringing with it waves of terrifying astral winds that attacked the human territory. However, wherever the astral winds passed, it was like invisible blades cutting through the void. Everything was shattered, and there was no trace of life left. Judging from its power, it was no weaker than a casual attack by Daluo Jingxian. If it entered the human territory, it would not take long for all life to be extinguished. Clearly, the strength of the 10,000 Tai Jingxian demons was no weaker than Daluo Jingxian after being strengthened by the heavenly demon array. In fact, it was even stronger. With just one move, it showed the powerful foundation of the demon race. If the cannon fodder alone could master such an exquisite array formation, how powerful would the elites of the demon race be? Although they looked down on the human race, the demon race could become the overlords of the primordial world. They were not fools. They still understood the principle of a lion using its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Therefore, the demon race army used their strongest attack from the moment they attacked, hoping to kill in one strike. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the astral winds were about to approach the human territory, the cities on the outskirts of the human territory suddenly began to glow with dazzling light, and boundless dragon chi began to rise. After the dragon chi manifested, it turned into illusory images of true dragons. They raised their heads and roared at the sky, letting out deafening dragon roars. Wherever the dragon roar passed, the void would tremble. Layers of ripples would appear, shattering the astral winds that were pressing down. However, the changes did not end there. Mysterious runes lit up one after another in the giant cities. The earth veins churned and resonated with the earth veins around them. Then they merged into one. Rumble. Under the influence of the earth vein, the light emitted from the giant city became even more dazzling. They connected together and turned into a towering great wall, protecting the human territory. A massive dragon formed entirely from dragon chi suddenly appeared and coiled up in the air above the Great Wall. It was exuding an awe-inspiring aura that no one dared to look directly at. This was the Great Wall Dragon Soul. Therefore, the Great Wall was also known as Dragon City. At this time, if someone were to look down on the entire human territory from the sky, they would discover that there was a winding golden line on the outskirts of the human territory, firmly protecting the human territory. This was the Dragon City of the human race, the first line of defense of the human race. The construction of the human race's cities was not without considerations. From the location to the construction, there was a complete set of requirements. Every human city had to be built on top of the dragon vein. Inside the city, there was also a formation that affected the earth veins in all directions to cultivate dragon chi. The purpose was for today. Although the human cities were called cities, they were actually war fortresses. They were waiting for the war to break out so that they could show their power. With the human cities as the foundation, the dragon chi as the soul, and the faith of the human race as the body, this was the first line of defense that Feng Zichen built for the human race. The immortal Dragon City. The moment the Dragon City was born, it was firmly connected with the spirit of the human race. As long as the spirit of the human race was not destroyed, the immortal Dragon City would exist forever. Even if the Dragon City was destroyed, as long as the spirit of the human race was still there, it would appear at any time and continue to protect the human race. Is this the demon race? They don't look like much. On top of the Dragon City, many human experts frowned and said as they looked at the approaching demon race army. The aura of the demon race army was extraordinary, but it was far from being as powerful as they had imagined. Could there be a trap in all of this? Although it was the first time that the human tribe experts present had seen the demon tribe's army, they had seen the sorcerer tribe's army before, since the human tribe and the sorcerer tribe were on good terms. They could not bring themselves to resist the sorcerer tribe. Logically speaking, the demon race was as famous as the sorcerer tribe. Even if they were not as powerful as the sorcerer tribe, they should not be too far apart. But the demon race army in front of them. Just this? Not to mention the sorcerer tribe, they might not even be able to win against the human race. These human experts did not know that the demon race did not dare to send their elites into the eldritch world because they were afraid of the sorcerer tribe. Therefore, they sent a group of cannon fodder. Moreover, even if the demon race elites came, they might not be able to defeat the sorcerer tribe army. In the battle between the demon race army and the sorcerer tribe, the demon race usually relied on their advantage in numbers to compete with the sorcerer tribe. In the case of the same realm and the same number of people, no race in the eldritch world could defeat the sorcerer tribe. The title of the strongest race in the eldritch world was not a boast, but a battle. On the other side, when the demon race army saw the change in the human race, they suddenly stopped and did not move forward. That Dragon City's aura looked rather extraordinary. If he were to recklessly go there, he might encounter danger to his life. Therefore, the demon race army hesitated. After all, there were only a few who were not afraid of death. No one wanted to die for no reason. They had thought that going to the Eldritch world to kill the human race was a good job and they could also enjoy the scenery of the land. But now, it seemed that things were not that simple. For a moment, the demon race army panicked. Especially when they saw the figures on top of the Dragon City, they panicked even more. Didn't they say that the human race was an acquired race? But those Tai Jinxian were surrounded by connate spiritual light. Obviously, they were all connate life forms. It was seriously inconsistent with the rumors. What was even more shocking was that there were 3,000 to 4,000 figures on top of the Dragon City. They were all Tai Jinxian. With the help of the powerful Dragon City, this force was enough to compete with them. And this was only the strength that the human race had revealed to the outside world. Who knew how many more experts were hidden in the human race? If these forces attacked together, although they were far from being able to compete with the demon race, it was more than enough to destroy them. Thinking of this, the demon race army panicked even more. They did not dare to attack the human race. They just stood there, not daring to move forward. And the human race suspected that the demon race was scheming, so they did not dare to act rashly. For a moment, the two sides were in a stalemate. The human race did not know that the demon race army was cannon fodder, but the demon race did not know that the human Tai Jinxian on top of the Dragon City were all the experts of the human race. Both sides were wary of each other, which was why such a strange scene had occurred. Just like that, several years passed. The human race's plan was to hold their ground and not attack. Therefore, the demon race did not attack, which was exactly what they wanted. But the demon race army could not wait any longer. They had been ordered to destroy the human race as soon as possible. If they delayed any longer, the upper echelons of the heavenly court would destroy them before the human race even attacked. If they were to attack a human, they would be too cautious and overcautious. It was a disgrace to the demon race. Compared to the life-threatening danger of attacking the human race, the demon race army was obviously more afraid of the upper echelons of the heavenly court. Therefore, they moved and attacked the human race without holding back. Fight! Blood chi rose from the demon race warriors and merged into the sky above their heads, turning into phantoms of demon gods. Boom! The pressure from the sky became even stronger. It was as if a real sky was pressing down on the immortal Dragon City. At the same time, the phantoms of the demon gods in the sky moved as well. Like real demon gods, they used all kinds of mystiques and attacked the human Tai Jinxian on top of the Dragon City. Sensing the danger, the immortal Dragon City shook and exploded with dazzling divine light, blocking all the mystiques that came at it. At the same time, the dragon's soul roared and swooped down. It rushed into the sky formed by the heavenly demon formation and started to fight with the phantoms of the demon gods. Kill! Just as the heavenly demon formation clashed with the immortal Dragon City, the demon race army roared and charged into the Dragon City, starting a life-and-death battle with the human Tai Jinxian. 10,000 against 4,000. The demon race army thought they could win. In reality, it was indeed so. The human experts were not afraid of the demon race warriors at all, but 1 against 2 or 3, they were not strong enough. Moreover, the demon race warriors were well equipped. Although they were cannon fodder and could not get connate spiritual treasures, they did not lack connate spiritual treasures and connate spiritual treasures. The armor and weapons of the ordinary demon race warriors were all connate spiritual treasures, and they were the best of the best. The armor and weapons of the demon race generals were all connate spiritual treasures. This was the standard equipment of the demon race army. They would not be mistreated because of their status. The demon race who owned the celestial realm and Zhosheng were just that rich. They had countless connate spiritual treasures, not to mention connate spiritual treasures. The demon race had 4,000 Daluo Jinxian. Each of them had a connate spiritual treasure, so they had 4,000 connate spiritual treasures. Moreover, some of them had more than one connate spiritual treasure. As for connate spiritual treasures, they had countless connate spiritual treasures. After all, the boundless cosmos had given birth to too many natural treasures. These were the main materials for refining connate spiritual treasures. Thus, how could the demon race lack connate spiritual treasures? However, while the demon race was well-equipped, the humans were not bad either. The swear-in lantern flickered above the heads of the human experts. It occasionally released balls of kindling fire, causing the demon race warriors to panic. The light of human Tao flickered on their bodies. That was the radiance of black robes, which blocked fatal attacks for them. Nests appeared in the air. They were as dignified as mountains, doing their best to suppress the demon race warriors' strength. At the same time, the human Tao furnace and the inescapable net appeared one after another, helping the human experts fight the demon race army. However, the difference in numbers was not so easy to close. Even with the help of the race weapon, the human experts could barely hold on. They could not defeat the demon race army. Logically speaking, the demon race's cannon fodder should not be so troublesome for the humans. However, how could a war of extermination be child's play? These cannon fodder had obviously been given secret methods by the demon race to destroy the humans. However, the demon race had underestimated the human strength. Even if the demon race army used secret methods, they could only maintain the upper hand. They could not defeat the humans. After a while, the demon race army would not even be able to maintain the upper hand. In the human Tao imperial court, Feng Zichen saw that the demon race war was going on for a long time. He suddenly ordered his clansmen to worship the immortal dragon city. No one dared to disobey the human emperor's orders. In an instant, all the humans faced the immortal dragon city and began to worship. Bits of wish flew out of the humans' bodies. They gathered into a torrent in the air, passing through layers of space and pouring into the immortal dragon city. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Like an ancient dragon awakening, the immortal dragon city suddenly exploded with terrifying power. The humans fighting on her body were shaken off their feet. What happened? Faced with this sudden change, not only were the demon race army stunned, but the human experts were also stunned. Why did everything seem fine? Why did the immortal dragon city suddenly erupt? However, although the human experts were confused, they understood that the immortal dragon city's change was probably a good thing for them. Chance. While both sides were stunned, those with quick reactions seized the opportunity and attacked their opponents. No matter what happened, killing the enemy first was the right thing to do. There were both humans and demon race experts with quick reactions. In an instant, the two sides that had stopped fighting erupted into battle again. It was an even more intense battle than before. The demon race army suddenly realized that this change was undoubtedly beneficial to the humans. If they could not kill the humans in an extremely short period of time, they would be in danger. After realizing this, the demon race warriors attacked again with a hint of desperation. Every move was to exchange a life for a life. They aimed to kill in one blow, completely ignoring their own injuries. How could it not be tragic? Unfortunately, it was all too late. Above the immortal dragon city, shadows of humans appeared one after another. They wore beast robes and held scepters in their hands. They exuded an ancient aura. No one knew where they came from. As soon as they appeared, they joined the battle between humans and demons, helping the human experts fight against the demon race. When they attacked, they were majestic and fearless. They were extraordinary. With this help, the human experts were able to beat back the demon clan's army. In a short while, hundreds of demon race warriors had been killed. The situation was reversed in an instant. These shadows of humans were none other than the dead elders of the human race. When they were alive, they had worked hard for the human race. After they died, their spirits were not destroyed. They merged into the destiny of the human race and silently protected the human race. Now, the human race was praying to the immortal Great Wall, summoning them from the void to continue protecting the human race. Chapter 461. These were the foundation of the human race. They might not have been very strong when they were alive. However, with the blessing of the human race, the immortal dragon city, and the power of faith, they were able to unleash combat power that was on par with the Tai Jingxian. Therefore, with their help, there was no longer any suspense in the battle between the human race and the demon race. Before long, the great heavenly demon formation was destroyed by the immortal dragon city. After the great heavenly demon formation was destroyed, the demon race army that was closely connected to it suffered a backlash. Their auras were weak and their combat power was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the human race experts were the opposite. Without the restraint of the great heavenly demon formation, the immortal dragon city was free to deal with the demon race army. This way, the demon race army was even less of a match for the human race experts. In just a few years, they were completely defeated by the human race experts. There's something strange about the Great Wall. It's not something we can fight against. Retreat quickly. The leader of the demon race army was not a fool. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he would not stay here and fight to the death with the human race. With a thought, he decided to lead the army and retreat. However, the immortal dragon city had sealed off the void. The surrounding space had become a huge cage that only allowed entry and not exit. Without the immortal dragon city's permission, how could they come and go as they pleased? Just as the leader of the demon race army was about to leave, he realized that something was wrong. He could not find the way out. Looking around, all he could see was an empty battlefield. There was no way to find the path they came from. Above the immortal dragon city was a small world that was independent of the eldritch wilderness. Unless they destroyed the immortal dragon city, they would not be able to leave this place. Bam, bam, bam. Just as the leader of the demon race army was looking for a way to escape the immortal dragon city, he heard a loud bang. Another dozen demon race warriors were killed by the human race experts. Ah, humans, you deserve to die. Seeing this, the leader of the demon race army's eyes turned red. He grabbed the huge sword in his hand and charged toward the human race experts nearby. The demon race respected the strong. The leader of the demon race must be the strongest in this army. Correspondingly, his equipment was also the best. In just a few breaths of time, several human experts were severely injured by him and completely lost their ability to fight. Fortunately, the immortal dragon city had come to their rescue in time. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the furious demon leader. Roar! The dragon's soul was shaken. It personally descended and tangled with the leader of the monster race army. At the same time, two other human experts who were half a step away from Daluo broke away from their enemies and charged toward the demon leader. Daluo Jinxian was a true high-level figure in the human race, and there were no more than 100 of them. Therefore, the Dharma treasures in their hands were all post-celestial artifacts that were not inferior to the demon leaders. The demons were rich, and each of them had a postnatal numinous treasure. Although Feng Zichen could not be compared to him, he was still a half-step Daluo. It was still possible for him to equip everyone with an acquired supreme treasure. After all, there weren't many such experts in the human race. It's over. It's all over. After fighting for a while, the leader of the demon race army gradually calmed down. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the demon corpses all over the ground and his heart turned cold. He knew that he was done for. Even if he could leave this place alive, the demons would not let him go. So many of his clansmen had died. Whether or not it was his fault as the leader, he could not escape the blame. The only thing waiting for him was death. Brothers, I will open a path for you. Let's go. Remember, avenge me. Knowing that he had no chance of survival, the leader of the demon race army lost his will to die. He wanted to use his own death to open a path for the other demon warriors. Immediately, he roared and used a forbidden technique regardless of the cost. He burned his spirit to increase his strength. In an instant, the strength of the leader of the demon race army increased by more than 10 times. As a half-step Daluo Jinxian, his aura became even stronger. The void around him faintly formed the embryonic form of a precept domain. Precept domain. Where I stand is a precept domain. This was one of the symbols of Daluo Jinxian. With the help of the forbidden technique, the leader of the demon race army had not formed a true precept domain, but it was already in its embryonic form. This meant that his strength was infinitely close to that of Daluo Jinxian. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from the leader of the demon race army. In an instant, it forced the dragon souls and human experts to retreat. Open for me. The leader of the demon race activated the acquired absolute treasure in his hand with all his might and blasted it into the void. He forcibly opened a spatial passage under the immortal dragon city's blockade. An acquired absolute treasure was the pinnacle of an acquired treasure. In theory, its power was comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. Now that the leader of the demon race had activated it with all his might, its power was no less than that of Daluo Jinxian. Such power. He could not destroy the immortal dragon city. But breaking the immortal dragon city's blockade was not difficult. Go. With a roar, the leader of the demon race used the last of his strength to attack the human experts. He wanted to buy time for his clansmen to escape. General, the demon race will definitely avenge you. Seeing that their general had sacrificed his life to open an escape route for them, the demons were touched. But they did not slow down and rush toward the escape route. Although they had left, their voices could be heard from afar. Fortunately, they knew that with their own strength, they would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. So, they placed their hopes on the demon race. Damn it! The human experts were restrained by the leader of the demon race and could not stop them. They could only watch as the demon race army escaped. They cursed in anger. Ha! Curse all you want. Curse to your heart's content while you still have the chance. You won't have the chance in the future. You humans have killed so many of my demon race's soldiers. No one in this world can save you. It won't be long before the entire human race is buried with me. Amidst his laughter, the leader of the demon race army turned into ashes. His innate true spirit also returned to the embrace of heaven and earth. Burning one's divine soul was the most complete way to die. He did not even have the chance to reincarnate. He's also a hero. One of the human experts said quietly. Then there was a moment of silence. If they were defeated today, they would end up like the demon race army. Perhaps it would be even worse. After a moment of silence, the human experts present seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became excited. They had won the war. The first thing to do was, of course, to clean up the battlefield. There were many treasures on the demon race. At the very least, they were richer than them. Not to mention the acquired spirit treasures on them, they themselves were treasures. Scales, feathers, fur, bones, blood, all of them were treasures. Whether it was alchemy, weapon refinement, or setting up arrays, they could all be used. The demon race was full of treasures. The group of people immediately began to clean up the battlefield. As for the fleeing demon race soldiers, they did not chase after them. Firstly, it was meaningless. Secondly, who knew if this was a trap? As soon as they chased after them, a group of demons rushed out and surrounded them. That would be terrible. This group of demons was unreasonably weak. It was very likely that it was a trap. They had to be careful. On the other side, the demon race army was afraid that the human experts would chase after them. They did not dare to stop at all and fled directly to the heaven realm. At this point, the first battle between the humans and demons ended with the humans winning with an overwhelming advantage. The humans did not even use the chaos formation. It could be said that it was an overwhelming victory. After leaving behind 6,000 corpses, the demon race fled back to the heaven realm in a hurry. It could be said that they had embarrassed the demon race. This battle is over. Next, the most difficult test of the human race will come. The human Dao Imperial Court. The human Emperor Palace. Feng Zichen's expression was inexplicable. Even though the humans had defeated the demon race army, he did not show any joy. Because he knew that the demon race did not take the humans seriously at the moment. Therefore, the army that they sent out was not elite and could not represent the strength of the demon race at all. But now, the demon race army had suffered a setback in the hands of the humans and had even suffered heavy losses. An army of 10,000 aggressively went to the wilderness to destroy the humans. In the end, not only did they not destroy the humans, but they were also defeated by the humans. Of the 10,000 troops, only 3,000 people escaped. Feng Zichen could already imagine how angry the higher-ups of the demon race would be when they found out about this. The dignity of the demon race could not be offended. Therefore, the next time, the humans would definitely face the elites of the demon race. Perhaps, Daluo Jinxian would make a move. At that time, could the humans really stop the demon race? At this time, the witch race could not give the humans much help. Di Jun was in seclusion, and the witch ancestors were not idle either. Before Di Jun went into seclusion, they were already in seclusion. When Huda's body was reincarnated, she had been baptized by the power of the Great Tao. Her heaven-opening tribulation aura was completely washed away, causing her Pangu bloodline to change and become incomparably pure. It was slightly better than the other witch ancestors. It was also because of this that the bloodlines of the 12 witch ancestors were no longer compatible. The trump card of the witch race, the 12 divine beings' wraith formation, could not be set up. Therefore, the witch ancestors went into seclusion. They wanted to use the blood essence left behind before Hudu's reincarnation to combine with the power of the other 11 witch ancestors to create another witch ancestor in the witch Tao. They wanted to use the 12 divine beings' wraith formation. This matter concerned the rise and fall of the witch race, so the witch ancestors had to treat it seriously. If it was not a matter of survival, they would not come out of seclusion. Therefore, the witch ancestors could not help the human race. After all, how could the rise and fall of the human race be compared to the rise and fall of the witch race? In the eyes of the witch ancestors, no matter how good the relationship between the human race and the witch race was, they were still outsiders. In the entire human race, other than Feng Zichen, there was no other existence that they valued. Those who could help the human race. Only the 5 Khanate races could help. However, the 5 Khanate races combined would not be a match for the demon race. Moreover, they could not use the power of the entire race to fight the demon race to the death for the human race. The same race could not work together to defend against foreign enemies, let alone different races. Chapter 462. At most, they would send a few great overarching gold immortals to help the human race out of friendship between allies. As for the rest, perhaps there would be, but not too many. The Khanate 5 races were not as strong as before. In the Immortal Dragon City, the human experts had already cleaned up the battlefield. Everyone had gained a lot, and their faces were brimming with excitement. How could they not be excited? After obtaining the treasures of the demon race, their strength had increased by at least 10%. Don't underestimate this 10%. In the Great Calamity, every additional bit of strength meant a greater chance of success. 10% of strength was enough to bring about a lot of changes. In the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen looked over. Perhaps he was influenced, and a smile appeared on his face. In the future, he might never see such a heartfelt smile again. After observing everyone for a while, he saw that they were seizing the time to refine their treasures and increase their strength. Feng Zichen did not disturb them. He retracted his gaze and looked at the Immortal Dragon City. The Immortal Dragon City was changing. Mysterious runes lit up on its body, enveloping the corpses of the demon race and refining them one by one. As the corpses of the demon race were refined, the aura of the Immortal Dragon City also strengthened. The Immortal Dragon City had become stronger. There were 2 ways to increase the power of the Immortal Dragon City. One was to increase the strength of the human race, and the other was to refine the flesh and blood of the 10,000 races into it. Using the flesh and blood of the enemy to create the strongest defense of the human race was the true essence of the Immortal Dragon City. If the demon race sends more people to die, the power of the Immortal Dragon City will probably increase by a lot. Looking at the Immortal Dragon City that was constantly growing stronger, Feng Zichen had some extravagant hopes. Trash. A bunch of trash. You can't even win against 4,000 with 10,000. You're a disgrace to the demon race. In the heavenly court, demon god Jimeng looked at the demon race army that had escaped. One could imagine the anger in his heart. He wanted to tear them to pieces. We're guilty. The demon race below was also ashamed and did not dare to raise their heads. In the past, the demon race had always defeated the strong. Now, the situation was completely reversed. The demon race was defeated by the weak. How embarrassing. It was really shameful. Guilty? Of course you are guilty. They are all dead. How can you still have the face to come back alive? Hearing this, Ji Meng smiled coldly. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and inhaled. A stream of black smoke spread out and swallowed the 3,000 demons kneeling on the ground. Trash, you really deserve to die. After eating, Ji Meng Yu cursed angrily. The demon race was just like that. They were the embodiment of the law of the jungle. The weak submitted to the strong. All right, now that you've vented your anger, it's time to talk business. Fei Lian took a step forward and said, Sigh. Before His Majesty went into seclusion, he ordered us to teach the humans a lesson. However, instead of teaching them a lesson, we were humiliated by the humans. If His Majesty learns of this, I wonder how he will punish us. Hey, what's going on here? Ghost Chariot sighed and said with a worried face. The expressions of the surrounding Yao gods changed when they heard this. What would Di Jun think if he couldn't even handle such a small matter? Would he think that they were trash? Thinking of Di Jun's methods of dealing with trash, the Yao gods couldn't help but shiver. They had to think of a way to make up for this matter. They had to make a decision that satisfied His Majesty. The only thing we can do now is to send out the elites of our race and destroy the humans as quickly as possible. Only then can we wash away the humiliation of our demon race. His Majesty will also be satisfied. Bai Zhe pondered for a moment and said while waving his feather fan. As long as the humans were gone, everything that had happened before would be easy to resolve. This was the fastest way to deal with this matter. What about the witch race? If it weren't for the witch race, why would we send out that group of trash? Ji Meng said with a face full of resentment. That was what he was mainly worried about. It was not difficult to destroy the humans. The difficult part was how to bypass the witch race and destroy the humans. The elites of the demon race entering the primeval world would definitely attract the attention of the experts of the witch race. Who knew if they would suddenly attack and destroy the demon race army? After all, the two races were mortal enemies. Moreover, if the cannon fodder died, so be it. No one would feel sorry for them. However, the elites were different. They were the future of the demon race. Every time one of them died, it would be extremely painful. A large-scale death was simply unbearable. If their decision caused a large-scale death of the demon race's elites, Di Jun's anger was not something they could bear. Therefore, they hesitated and did not dare to act rashly. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's join forces and send 5,000 elites into the primeval world. We'll destroy the humans as quickly as possible and then bring them back. Even if the witch race notices something, it's probably too late. The demon gods discussed for a while before Bai Zhe made the final decision. His meaning was very clear. As long as they were fast enough, they would definitely be able to hide it from the witch race. Moreover, there was a deeper meaning to the number of 5,000. They could afford to lose these 5,000 elites. As long as they could destroy the humans, even if these 5,000 elites died, it would be worth it. All right, let's do as Bai Zhe says. They looked at each other and thought that there was no other way. The demon gods could not help but agree. That's good. Ing Zhao, go and gather the troops. Shang Yang, go to the southern heavenly gate and keep an eye on the witch race. See if there's any movement from the great witches. As long as the great witches do not take action, this matter will be considered a success. After receiving everyone's agreement, Bai Zhe began to give orders one by one. Now that Tai Di Jun was in seclusion, the main matters of the heavenly court fell into the hands of the 10 great demon gods. It was because other than the 10 great demon gods, no one else was qualified for this task. Due to Fushi's identity, it was inconvenient for him to know about the human race. Therefore, when Di Jun was in seclusion, he deliberately pulled Fushi into seclusion with him in the name of comprehending the He Tu and the Luo Shu. Although Kun Pang was called the Demon Master, the North Sea was faintly showing signs of becoming an independent entity. Di Jun was afraid. When the heavenly court was established, he only gave him a name and did not give him any power. Shiha was even more out of the question. After eliminating the quasi-saints one by one, there was no one else left who was qualified to take charge of the demon race except for the 10 great demon gods. Originally, the 10 great demon gods should not be in charge of the demon race's affairs. Instead, they should be cultivating in seclusion in order to take one step closer to becoming quasi-saints. Unfortunately, the calamity was coming. They were in the midst of the calamity and could not calm down to cultivate. The more they cultivated in seclusion, the more frustrated they became. It was as if they would be possessed at any time. Helpless, they could only come out of seclusion in advance, just in time for this matter. Attack! Outside the southern heavenly gate, the 10 great demon gods and hundreds of demon gods activated the Khanate spirit treasures one after another. They quietly opened a void passage and sent 5,000 demon race elites to the primitive world. The power of hundreds of Daluo Jingxian and hundreds of Khanate spirit treasures was enough to destroy Daluo Jingxian in one strike. This power was used to hide their whereabouts. Under the circumstances where the Grand Witch could not take action, it was naturally successful. The mysteries of the heavens were completely concealed. The turbulence in the void did not leak out any aura, nor did any energy leak out. Everything was silent. In the periphery of the human race's territory, less than 100,000 miles away from the immortal dragon city, the void rippled like water. 5,000 burly figures were faintly discernible within. After a while, the void completely stabilized. The 5,000 burly figures also completely solidified. These 5,000 people were the 5,000 demon race elites sent by the 10 great demon gods to destroy the human race. Their military appearances were solemn. Blood chi filled the air around them. Their auras were extremely powerful and intimidating. They were many times stronger than the demon race's cannon fodder army. What was even more terrifying was their strength. The aura of the great Tao emanated from their bodies. The void was distorting and collapsing as if it was turning into a Tao world. Precept domain. This was their Tao evolving into precept domain. Each of these 5,000 demon race elites was at the level of a half-step Daluo Jingxian. They were not weaker than the demon race leader before he used the forbidden technique. They could casually produce 5,000 half-step Daluo Jingxian. This was the foundation of the demon race. If they squeezed the entire human race dry, they might not even be able to produce 1,000 half-step Daluo Jingxian, let alone 5,000. If the human race did not have Feng Zichen, these 5,000 half-step Daluo Jingxian alone would be able to destroy the human race several times over. The difference between them was so great that it made people despair. The 5,000 demon race elites suddenly arrived at the periphery of the human race's territory in the Eldritch Wilderness without attracting anyone's attention. The dignity of the demon race shall not be trampled on. The human race shall be destroyed. Everyone, follow me, kill. The leading demon general glanced in the direction of the human race. He raised the long spear in his hand and charged towards the human race. Behind him, the 5,000 demon race elites raised their weapons in unison and charged towards the human race with him. A distance of 100,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye for them. At this moment, the human race experts were still immersed in their previous victory and did not notice the approaching danger. The attack of 5,000 half-step Daluo Jingxian would definitely blast the human race experts into smithereens if they were caught off guard. For a moment, the human race was in danger. At this critical moment, in Feng Zichen's Sea of Consciousness, the human Emperor Seal, which was also the Chaos Bead, sensed that the human race was about to be in mortal danger and suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, Feng Zichen also felt a sense of trepidation, as if something bad was about to happen. Almost instinctively, he activated the Chaos Array and enveloped the immortal dragon city. Rumble! As soon as the primal chaos light screen that represented the primal chaos formation rose, a terrifying light beam shot out and struck the primal chaos light screen. That was the attack of the demon race elites. This attack combined the power of 5,000 half-step Daluo Jingxian and was transformed by the Khanate Array. Even if the Daluo Jingxian was caught off guard, he would be severely injured. This showed how powerful it was. Crack, crack. The sound of glass shattering was heard. Terrifying cracks appeared on the chaotic light curtain, and then it shattered with a loud bang. Chapter 463. The chaotic light curtain that was enough to withstand Daluo Jinxian's attack was shattered with one blow. Fortunately, although the chaotic light screen shattered, the attack that was powerful enough to blast a human clan expert into smithereens was blocked. When did the demon clan army arrive? In the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen watched this scene with lingering fear. If his reaction had been a little slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, he was also a little angry in his heart. To be able to hide from his perception, causing him to only notice the abnormality when the incident was about to happen. There was no doubt that the experts of the demon clan had made a move, and there was more than one of them. Otherwise, with the current strength of the demon clan, without Tai Dijun and Fushi taking action, with the demon clan's current strength, it was absolutely impossible for one person to hide from his perception. Demon clan, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Zichen was ruthless in his heart. He raised the human emperor's seal in his hand and was about to smash it at the elite demon clan, intending to destroy them with one blow. The demon clan had really gone too far. Did they really think that he, the great Taoist priest, was a vegetarian and did not dare to kill? Without the greater one emperor, Jun and Fushi, he alone could wipe out the entire monster race. Believe it or not only was he invincible against Daluo Jinxian, but he also had a primordial treasure. With the combination of the two, he even dared to fight with a saint. Fellow Zichen, please calm down. Leave the matters of the younger generation to the younger generation to deal with. With your status, wouldn't you lose your dignity for nothing if you bicker with them? However, just as Feng Zichen was about to make a move, a voice suddenly came from afar in the void. There was a bone-piercing coldness in that voice, as if it could freeze everything. There was also a kind of bearing that could accommodate all rivers, which was quite extraordinary. The moment this voice came, the time and space around Feng Zichen suddenly froze, and a lonely and cold aura came over. With this move alone, Feng Zichen knew that the strength of the person who came was at least at the peak of the sage-to-be. With a thought, he knew who it was. After all, the cold and desolate aura that was unique to the northern underworld was too conspicuous. Apart from the Lord of the Dark North and ancestor Kunpeng, who was the master of all demons, who else in the Eldritch world could have such a vision and such strength? So it's fellow Taoist Kunpeng. What? Fellow Taoist, why have you come to my shaman tribe instead of staying in the northern underworld? As he spoke, Feng Zichen's hand movements did not stop. Instead, he secretly increased his strength and blasted towards the demon clan elites. Not good. Seeing this, the Kunpeng realized that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to block it. A huge claw covered the sky and pressed towards the human sovereign seal. Upon seeing this, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. The human emperor's seal changed direction and blasted towards the Kunpeng grand ancestor's supernatural power. With a rumbling sound, the two collided. A terrifying power erupted, but the giant claw was unable to withstand the might of the emperor's imprint and was blasted into pieces. However, the human emperor's seal was also shaken back by the huge recoil. After all, the human emperor's seal was Feng Zichen's trump card. How could he expose it so easily? He still planned to trick one or two people. Therefore, this time, he did not activate the true power of the human emperor's seal, which created the illusion that he was slightly better. But even so, Feng Zichen had achieved his goal. Some of the aftershocks of the two's fight passed through the void and blasted towards the demon clan elites. About 2,000 people were killed on the spot, and the rest were all injured. Fellow Taoist Zichen, what do you mean by this? In the void, the Kunpeng appeared and said with a sullen expression. Feng Zichen attacked the demon clan in front of him. It was obvious that he did not take him seriously. How could he, who was proud and arrogant, tolerate this? Who was the Kunpeng? He was one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, a top great medium in the Eldritch world, and an existence who had almost become a sage. In addition, he was the first person besides the 3 emperors of the demon clan. His strength was unfathomable. Now that the three emperors were in seclusion, he was the real number one person of the demon clan. For someone like him, no matter where he went, everyone had to give him some face. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Oh, it was not that he had never been humiliated. The humiliation he had suffered in the Purple Cloud Palace was much more serious than this. Thinking of this, the Kunpeng ancestor's expression became even uglier. The way he looked at Feng Zichen became even more ferocious. If it weren't for this person, how could he recall such a humiliating past? What do I mean? Fellow Taoist, you really have the nerve to ask. Your demon clan's Daluo Jingxian can take action, but my human clan's Daluo Jingxian can only watch? As if he didn't see the anger on the Kunpeng's face, Feng Zichen said sarcastically. As the current number one person of the demon clan, the purpose of the Kunpeng ancestor coming here was very clear. There was no other reason except to restrain him and prevent him from participating in this battle between humans and demons. So, Feng Zichen was too lazy to be polite to him. If you want to fight, then let's fight. At this moment, Feng Zichen seemed to have figured it out. The human clan was going to die anyway, so why should he endure it? Anyway, it didn't have any effect on the result. Therefore, he decided to do whatever he wanted to do. He didn't intend to abide by any rules or agreements. The human clan was about to be exterminated. Why should he follow your rules and be led by the nose by you? Everything had to be done according to his rules. Because, according to the current situation, he was the real number one person among the active great mediums in the primordial world. He was the strongest, and rules were often set by the strong. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. The demon clan's Daluo Jingxian can take action, and the human clan's Daluo Jingxian can take action, but you're not an ordinary Daluo Jingxian. Hearing this, the corner of Patriarch Kunpeng's mouth could not help but twitch. Yes, Feng Zichen was indeed a Daluo Jingxian. He was also a newly promoted Daluo Jingxian and the youngest Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world. However, things were not settled like that. Feng Zichen, the Daluo Jingxian, was too strong. There were only 3 people in the demon clan who could suppress him. If he took action, even the demon gods of the demon clan combined would not be enough for him to kill. Facing Feng Zichen directly. Only then did he know the terror of the great Taoist priests. At this moment, Kunpeng had a feeling that he might not be his match. This made Kunpeng blame Dijun. He knew that the human clan had such an expert, but he still dared to destroy the human clan. Wasn't he afraid that the human clan would be ruthless and come to the heavenly court to kill? He. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, it's useless to say more about this. The demon clan is going to destroy my clan, and I have to endure it. This is absolutely impossible. So, if you are dissatisfied with me, feel free to attack. With a cold smile, Feng Zichen said very straightforwardly. If you are dissatisfied with me, come and hit me. If you don't dare, then get lost quickly. Since that's the case, I'll have a taste of your divine abilities. Patriarch Kunpeng also cared about his face. Since he had said so, if he still did not attack, he would really become a joke. Chapter 464. After that, Ancestor Kunpeng showed his original form and turned into a huge beast that looked like a fish and a bird. He spread his wings and rushed toward Feng Zichen. Knowing that Feng Zichen was not easy to deal with, Ancestor Kunpeng went all out. For any race, only the original form could allow them to unleash their strongest combat power. Whoosh, Kunpeng flapped his wings like a cloud in the sky. He was unimaginably huge and spanned hundreds of millions of miles. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed and time ceased to exist. A cold and silent aura arose spontaneously, as if to freeze and destroy everything. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen only felt a surge of anger in his heart. He wished he could tear Ancestor Kunpeng into pieces immediately. Kunpeng's mind was too vicious. Kunpeng was a huge beast from the untainted land. His body was unimaginably huge. Except for the first-generation ferocious beast that was transformed from the remains of the Chaos Demon God, it was difficult to find another beast of his size in the untainted land. Kuan Peng flapped his wings and covered the sky. Although it was said to deal with Feng Zichen, in fact, the entire territory of the human clan was within his attack range. The purpose of his attack was not to hurt Feng Zichen at all, but to destroy the entire human clan. Thinking quickly, Feng Zichen understood Ancestor Kuan Peng's purpose and knew that he could not take this attack head-on. It was not that he could not block it, but that he could not block it. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle between the two powerhouses could destroy the entire territory of the human clan. Fellow Taoist Kuan Peng, the human clan is too small. I can't fight you here. How about I take you to another place? Secretly activating the power of the human emperor's seal, Feng Zichen shifted time and space and transferred the attack of Ancestor Kuan Peng to the boundless starry sky. Ha! Fellow Zichen, you don't have to do this. Poor Wei thinks this place is good enough. Why do you have to spend more effort and change the battlefield? Ancestor Kuan Peng said proudly with a smile. That was impossible. Only by staying here and fighting, Feng Zichen would be worried about the human race, so he would hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. He would not dare to fight with him freely. Only in this way could he gain the upper hand. But once they left the territory of the human race, Feng Zichen would have no scruples and could let loose. Then, it would be hard to say who was stronger between them. Therefore, before this battle ended, he would never leave the human territory. This was the only weakness that Patriarch Kunpeng could find after studying Feng Zichen for many years. Humans. As long as he threatened the human race, Feng Zichen would definitely have scruples and would not dare to use his full strength. Feng Zichen was alone. Not many people in the untainted land dared to provoke him. After all, even if Feng Zichen couldn't win, he could still run away. He would find a place to cultivate for 1,000,000 years and come back for revenge after reaching the primordial Chaos Dao realm. At that time, how many people in the untainted land could do anything to him? But with the human race as a burden, it would be much easier to deal with Feng Zichen. The human race was too weak. Any quasi-saint could exterminate them. His heart was for the human race, that was his only weakness. Damn it, this Kuan Peng is really despicable. After hearing Patriarch Kunpeng's words, Feng Zichen was so angry that his face changed, and he cursed in his heart. This Kuan Peng was planning to be shameless to the end. But he had to admit that Patriarch Kunpeng's move was indeed the best way to deal with him. Fellow Taoist Zichen, let's see how the poor Wei's supernatural power is. After one attack failed, Patriarch Kunpeng attacked again. A monstrous giant claw shattered the void and destroyed tens of thousands of Dao, grabbing at Feng Zichen. Of course, just like the previous attack, the human territory was also within its range. Old bastard, shameless! Although Feng Zichen was furious, he still did not dare to fight back because he was worried about the living beings in the human territory. Instead, he continued to activate the Emperor's seal and moved Kuan Peng's supernatural power to the boundless starry sky. Fortunately, the Emperor's seal was a Khanate treasure. No matter how strong Patriarch Kunpeng's supernatural power was, as long as he had not reached the primordial chaos realm, he could not escape his teleportation. Fellow Taoist Zichen, why don't you fight back? The name of the sword ancestor is well known in the untainted land, and the power of the great Taoist priests is awe-inspiring. Poor Wei has long wanted to experience your supernatural power. Today is a coincidence. Fellow Zichen, why don't you teach me a thing or two? Feng Zichen's forbearance had encouraged Patriarch Kunpeng's arrogance. As he spoke, one after another, earth-shattering supernatural power was released from his hands and blasted toward the human territory. Facing Patriarch Kunpeng's mockery, Feng Zichen did not say a word. He silently moved his supernatural power to the boundless starry sky through the Emperor's seal. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. It was a stalemate. However, just as they were in a stalemate, there was indeed a change in the boundless starry sky. The battle between Feng Zichen and Patriarch Kunpeng had alarmed many people. Among them, the 10 great demon gods paid the most attention. The demon master actually made a move? This is really a happy event. With him making a move, the destruction of the human race is a foregone conclusion. Outside the southern heaven gate, the 10 great demon gods, who had been worried before, immediately felt relieved after seeing Patriarch Kunpeng make a move. Demon Master Kunpeng was the pillar of the heavenly court and one of the leaders of the demon race. He was countless times more powerful than them. Wasn't it a piece of cake to deal with a mere human? With him making a move, the demon gods were relieved. However, before they could rejoice for long, they saw a sudden change in the void in front of them. A pair of wings that blotted out the sky appeared from within and flapped directly toward them. Oh no! Although the demon gods didn't know what was going on when they saw this strange scene, the feeling of extreme danger prompted their bodies to react as quickly as possible. Khanate spiritual treasures rose from the demon gods' hands one after another. They shone brightly and carried a terrifying wave as they blasted toward the Kunpeng's wings. Boom! The combined attack of hundreds of Khanate spiritual treasures shattered the Kunpeng's wings on the spot. However, the aftermath of the collision between the two sent the demon gods flying. Although they were not injured, they had lost a lot of face. This is the Demon Master's supernatural power. Why would the Demon Master attack us all of a sudden? Bai Zhe got up from the ground and said in surprise. The Kunpeng Patriarch's supernatural power had a strong characteristic of the northern underworld. There was only one in the untainted land, so it was easy to recognize it. However, it was because of this that Bai Zhe was surprised. Weren't they on the same side? Why would one of them attack one of their own? Unfortunately, before Bai Zhe could figure out the reason, the Kunpeng Patriarch's second supernatural power arrived. A monstrous giant claw tore through the air and grabbed toward their heads. Let's join forces. Without any hesitation, the hundreds of demon gods outside the southern heaven gate spontaneously formed a formation. They defended their spiritual treasures and joined forces to resist the Kunpeng's supernatural power. Although the Kunpeng was strong, there were hundreds of Daluo Jingxian outside the southern heaven gate. There were also the 10 great demon gods, who were comparable to ordinary sage to be experts. They could resist the Kunpeng's attack if they joined forces. Boom! The Kunpeng's supernatural power blasted toward them. The protective shield that the demon gods held up together only shook but did not shatter. However, their expressions became somewhat unsightly. Obviously, they did not feel good after blocking the Kunpeng's supernatural power. After all, the Kunpeng was an expert in the great perfection of sage to be. In addition, he did not dare to hold back at all in order to deal with Feng Zichen. Each of his supernatural powers contained great power and could easily injure Daluo Jingxian. If there were not enough demon gods present, they would have been severely injured or even killed by the Kunpeng's supernatural power. That's right. The supernatural power that blasted toward the demon gods was the same one that the Kunpeng Patriarch blasted toward Feng Zichen. Suffering losses? That was not Feng Zichen's style. Since the Kunpeng Patriarch dared to scheme against him, he would return the favor. Feng Zichen did not move the Kunpeng's attack to the boundless starry sky without any reason. That was the base camp of the demon race. The human race could not resist the Kunpeng's supernatural power, but the demon race could. The demon race had a deep foundation and powerful strength. They could even resist 3 Kunpeng, let alone 1. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to let the demon race share the pressure for the human race. The scene of the demon master attacking the heavenly court would definitely be very beautiful. Boom, 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 one supernatural power after another came crashing down, and each attack was stronger than the last. The demon gods gradually could not withstand it. The demon master must have been schemed against. Let's retreat quickly. As long as we retreat to the heavenly court, we will be safe. Seeing that the Kunpeng's supernatural power was endless, Bai Zhe knew that if this dragged on, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Then, they would really be the joke of the primordial world. With that thought, Bai Zhe had a plan in his heart. He roared and said, "Everyone, let's join forces and attack forward so that we can retreat to the South Heaven Gate." The heavenly court had the support of Di Jun, Tai Yi, and all the demon gods of the demon race. It could be said to be one of the safest places in the primordial world. The Kuan Peng alone would definitely not be able to break it. If they escaped back to the heavenly court, they would be safe. Alright. The demon gods could not hold on any longer. Seeing that Bai Zhe proposed a solution, they hurriedly nodded. Then let's do it. With a flash, Bai Zhe revealed his true form. He activated the numinous treasure with all his might and attacked in the direction of the Kuan Peng's supernatural power. After Bai Zhe, the group of demon gods also revealed their true forms and charged forward with him. After the attack, the demon gods did not even look. They turned around and rushed toward the South Heaven gate behind them. Behind them, the Kuan Peng's supernatural power had just been teleported over by Feng Zichen when hundreds of different supernatural powers drowned it. In the imperial court of human Dao, Feng Zichen, who was in a stalemate with the Kuan Peng patriarch, suddenly frowned as he sensed the abnormality outside the South Heaven gate. Wanna run? Can you run? With a thought, Feng Zichen secretly used a method to increase the power of the Kuan Peng patriarch's supernatural power by more than 10 times. Boom! With Feng Zichen's secret help, the Kuan Peng patriarch's supernatural power exploded and crushed the hundreds of supernatural powers in the blink of an eye. Then, it attacked the demon gods who were running away without slowing down. Oh no! The unforeseen event at the rear naturally alarmed the demon gods that were fleeing at the front. But before they could react, they felt a terrifying force coming at them, landing squarely on their bodies. Chapter 465. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions sounded. The demon gods were blasted into the southern heavenly gate and smashed into the ground or the wall. Damn it. Among this group of demon gods, the 10 great demon gods were the strongest. Therefore, they ran the fastest. It was also because of this that they suffered the lightest injuries. They only vomited a mouthful of blood and were not seriously injured. They quickly got up from the ground. However, those who ran slower and were reduced to the last demon gods completely endured this wave of attacks and were severely injured on the spot. Although their lives were saved, their bodies that had been polished for countless years were destroyed. Only a connate indestructible true spirit escaped. It could be said that they were extremely miserable. Even if they condensed a new body, it would not be comparable to their previous body without millions of years of polishing. Of course, other than these unlucky ones, the other demon gods did not suffer much damage. After all, they were last in line. The main attacks were blocked by them, and the remaining aftershocks did not cause much damage. Contact the demon master immediately and tell him to stop fighting. As soon as he got up from the ground, Bai Zhe shouted anxiously. The reason for this matter was very clear. The demon master had been tricked by Feng Zichen. He had used some unknown method to transfer the demon master's divine power to the boundless starry sky to attack the demon clan. The great Taoist priest's methods are really extraordinary. After understanding this, Bai Zhe sighed. This time, if they were not closer to the southern heavenly gate, a few of them would have died under the demon master's attack. At that time, if they were killed by their own divine power in their own territory, the demon clan would become famous. At the very least, if this really happened, Patriarch Kuan Peng would probably be too ashamed to face anyone. Boom, boom, boom. While the demon gods were panting, a few more divine powers blasted over and hit the southern heavenly gate fiercely. However, the southern heavenly gate was the door to the heavenly court. Not only was it supported by Di Jun, Tai, Fushi, and the others, but it was also supported by the heavenly Dao. It could not be destroyed easily. Kuan Peng's divine power hit the southern heavenly gate, but it did not even shake. It was obvious that it was tough. You guys ran fast. Seeing that he could not break the defense of the southern heaven gate, Feng Zichen snorted and changed his target, directing the Kuan Peng's attack to Zhouxing. Zhouxing was the foundation of the demon tribe. It was the capital for them to dominate the untainted land. Naturally, it was very important. Not only was it protected by the innate formation, but it was also guarded by many powerful demon immortals. Normally, it was very peaceful. However, something unexpected happened today. In the boundless starry sky, a divine ability blasted down from time to time, targeting Zhousing. That divine ability was extremely powerful. The first strike had destroyed the innate formation that the demon clan had set up to protect Zhousing. The second strike had severely injured the demon god overseeing the heavenly cycle star. The third strike was even more impressive. The heavenly cycle astral banner, the supreme treasure of the fiend race, which was used to control Zhousing, shattered into pieces. In other words, the arrangement that the demon clan had spent countless years to set up on Zhousing was mostly destroyed in 3 strikes. What a bastard! In the heavenly court, a group of demon immortals looked at this scene in a daze. Obviously, they did not dare to imagine what they were seeing. After being stunned for a moment, they could not help but tremble in anger when they reacted. Quick, contact the demon master. We can't let him fight anymore. If he continues, the foundation of the demon clan will be gone. Bai Zhe reacted the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he understood the key point. This divine ability came and went without a trace. In addition, there were many Zhousing, and they did not know which one it was targeting. Moreover, even if they knew, they could not stop it. They could not stop it at all. The only thing they could do now was to eliminate the source. This divine ability belonged to the demon master Kunpeng. As long as he did not attack, this calamity would be over. Without hesitation, a group of demon immortals used the demon clan's secret technique to contact the demon master Kunpeng. This secret technique was known by the demon clan's Daluo Jingxian. It was not very powerful. It only had one use, and that was to contact the demi-saints of the demon clan. Whenever Daluo Jingxian encountered a problem that he could not handle, he could use this technique to contact the demi-saints of the demon clan. Now, a group of demon immortals was obviously planning to use this technique to contact Kunpeng and report to him everything that happened here. Only, however, the secret technique that usually worked seemed to have completely lost its effect today. No matter how the demon immortals tried to sense it, they could not contact Kunpeng. How could they contact him? The void near the human clan had long been sealed by Feng Zichen. Without his consent, no one could send any information inside. After such a delay, a few more Zhousing were attacked. Switch people. Inform the Heavenly Empress immediately. Seeing that they could not contact Kunpeng, Bai Zhe made a prompt decision. He, the primeval moon god, the master of the lunar star, was also an expert of the great perfection demi-saint realm. However, in order to give birth to the 10 golden crows, her innate origin was damaged. She had not recovered, so her strength and realm did not match. However, her strength was still not to be underestimated. This time, Feng Zichen could not stop her. How dare you! On the lunar star, He, who was recuperating in seclusion, heard the report from the 10 demon immortals and immediately came out. She controlled the power of the lunar star and blasted it into the depths of the starry sky. Kunpeng's divine power could not withstand the power of the lunar star. This time, Feng Zichen could not continue attacking the Zhousing. Sigh! What a pity! Seeing Shihi's attack, Feng Zichen knew that he had lost his chance. He regretfully withdrew his divine power. However, in this short period of time, Feng Zichen had already liberated 9 Zhousing and escaped from the demon clan. At this moment, all the living creatures in the untainted land raised their heads. They could see that among the 365 main stars of the untainted land, 9 of them were extraordinarily bright. Boundless star power hung down from them and flowed into the untainted land. This was the true appearance of the Zhousing. Since the demon clan occupied the Zhousing, the star power that flowed into the untainted land had been decreasing day by day. The demon clan intercepted all the star power and used it to cultivate their clansmen. Zhousing became dim because of this, and the creatures gradually forgot the true appearance of the Zhousing. Today, Feng Zichen made use of the Kunpeng to destroy the arrangement of the demon clan on the Zhousing, so that the 9 Zhousing could regain their former brilliance. Although it would not be long before the demon clan regained control of the 9 Zhousing. However, this undoubtedly shook the foundation of the demon clan's rule over the untainted land. In the past, except for the experts of the older generation, Few of the experts of the new generation knew the secret of the Zhoshing. But now, almost all the creatures in the untainted land knew that the star power of the Zhoshing had been intercepted by the demon clan, which caused the star power in the untainted land to be thin. How could the creatures not hate them? They were preventing them from achieving the Tao. It could be said that they were irreconcilable enemies. In the future, the demon clan would be in trouble. In the imperial court of human Tao, as the 9 Zhoshing were liberated, merit gradually gathered on Feng Zichen's body. This was the acknowledgement of his actions by the heavens and earth, thinking that he had contributed to saving the Zhoshing. From this, it could be seen how unpopular the demon clan's action of blocking the Zhoshing was. Even the heavens and earth could not stand it anymore. How could such a race be indestructible? Fellow Taoist, you are really good. The poor Wei has underestimated you. The change in the sky naturally alarmed the Kunpeng. With a sweep of his divine thought, he understood what had happened and could not help but say with an ugly face. Today, he had lost all his face. He had been completely fooled by Feng Zichen. He could already imagine how he would be ridiculed by others when he walked in the primordial world in the future. As a result, the Kunpeng's face became even more twisted. He looked at Feng Zichen as if he was about to spit fire. However, the Kunpeng was best at enduring. No matter how great the humiliation was, he could endure it. Just like the insults from the primordial origin in the Purple Cloud Palace, or when Dijun forced him to join the demon clan, he could endure it. Compared to these, the humiliation that Feng Zichen brought to him today was nothing. Therefore, after a moment, the Kunpeng calmed down and his expression returned to normal. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others if word gets out that you are bullying the weak? Looking at Feng Zichen, the Kunpeng said indifferently, as if nothing had happened. Pfft. Feng Zichen was so angry that he laughed. Bullying the weak? He was bullying the weak? It was simply a joke. When you attacked just now, you tried to kill the human clan with every move. If that wasn't bullying the weak, what was it? Now, you're making a false accusation. How shameless. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, I'm afraid your shamelessness is not inferior to the demon clan's supreme treasure, the East Emperor Bell. Feng Zichen said sarcastically as the corner of his mouth twitched. You. The Kunpeng's heart that had just endured was almost broken by Feng Zichen's words. However, he had experienced it before, so he forced himself to endure it. Fellow Taoist Zichen, don't be unreasonable. How can ants be compared to Daluo Jingxian? If ants die, they die. It won't be long before a large number of them appear again. But Daluo Jingxian is different. They are the darling of heaven and earth, the embodiment of the great Tao. They are friends of Poor Wei and the others. How can they be easily killed? Fellow Taoist, as the great Taoist priests, aren't you bullying the weak by attacking ordinary Daluo Jingxian? Yes. The Kunpeng had already begun to pester endlessly. He did not intend to attack Feng Zichen now. He just wanted to delay him and not give him a chance to help the human clan. In this way, with the current strength of the human clan, they would definitely not be able to stop the demon clan. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Of course, the Kunpeng wanted to pester endlessly. His words also had some sense. That was what he really thought. The Daluo Jingxian and the creatures below the Daluo Jingxian had long been different in life form. They were two different individuals and could not be regarded as the same. With the Kunpeng's thoughts, it was really difficult to understand why Feng Zichen cared so much about the ant-like human clan and even did not hesitate to put himself in danger. Their nature was already different, and their thoughts were not on the same level. Why did he care so much? Why? Chapter 466. Puzzled. Kunpeng was not the only one who was puzzled. All the powerful beings who knew Feng Zichen were also puzzled. What was so special about that group of ant-like humans that Feng Zichen cared so much about them? But although they were puzzled, this did not prevent them from using this to plot against Feng Zichen, who asked him to expose his weakness so obviously. He really could not blame others. Feng Zichen could only sneer at Kunpeng's words. He was already planning to be shameless. What else could he do? Only he was more shameless than him. A shameless person was invincible. This sentence was really a wise saying no matter where it was. At the same time, Feng Zichen secretly decided in his heart that in the future, he would try his best to be shameless when he could. That was the way to go in the long run. Just like today, if he had been shameless earlier and ran to the heavenly court to cause a ruckus before the demon race attacked the human race, he would not be as passive as he was today. Throughout the history of the primordial world, those who achieved great things were all thick-skinned and black-hearted. Just like Tao ancestor Hong Jun, if he had not schemed against the three races of the Khanate realm and used them as cannon fodder to weaken the strength of the demon sect, how could there be the prosperity of the Xian sect today? This was a model of it. And his disciple, the Grandmaster of Heaven, cared too much about his face. As a result, almost all his disciples were on the god roll during the Battle of Gods. The disciples who were not on the list were worse than those who were on the list. They had become the mounts of their enemies. How miserable was that? Another model of being thick-skinned was Taoist Kundi. He relied on his thick skin and obtained countless benefits. He was the main contributor to the prosperity of the Buddhist sect in the future. With this ancestor, Feng Zichen understood. Face and whatnot, how much could it be worth? In the face of huge benefits, apart from the bottom line, face could be appropriately abandoned. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, are you planning to waste time with me here? After thinking through this, the haze in Feng Zichen's heart dissipated a lot. He could not help but smile and look at Kunpeng with a strange gaze. Of course. Fellow Taoist, you should have a spatial attribute Khanate spirit treasure in your possession. Moreover, its grade is not low. It's at least high grade, or even supreme grade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to move the poor way's divine ability to the boundless starry sky. Therefore, there's no point in fighting with you, fellow Taoist. No matter what divine ability the poor way uses, she will be teleported to the heart of the demon race and cause great damage to the demon race. The poor way has already been tricked once. It won't happen again. The Kunpeng old ancestor said slowly as he looked at Feng Zichen with jealousy. Only a primordial spirit treasure of space attribute could quietly move his supernatural power to the hinterland of the demon clan, and it must be a high-level primordial spirit treasure. According to Kunpeng's speculation, this space elemental primordial spirit treasure was very likely to be of the highest quality. As for whether or not it was a primordial treasure, he didn't even think about it. After all, there were too few primordial treasures in the untainted land. There were not even 10 known primordial treasures. It was impossible for Feng Zichen to get them. If Feng Zichen had a primordial treasure and activated it with his strength, he could even contend with a sage. It would be a piece of cake to deal with him. How could he allow him to be so arrogant here? In summary, it was impossible for Feng Zichen to have a primordial treasure. However, even a supreme-grade primordial treasure was enough to make Kunpeng envious. Everyone knew that the Kunpeng old ancestor was very poor. How poor was he? As the lord of the northernmost sea and the master of the demon race, he had no more than 3 primordial treasures. Among these 3 primordial treasures, the only one worth taking out was the demon master hall that was rewarded to him by the heavenly Tao. From this, it could be seen that Kunpeng was so poor that he couldn't even compare with some of the richer Daluo Jingxian, let alone other great mediums. Therefore, after guessing that Feng Zichen might have a supreme-grade primordial treasure, he revealed a jealous look. He was too poor. What a poor child. A supreme-grade primordial treasure could make him like this. If he knew that Feng Zichen even had several primordial treasures, wouldn't he go crazy? Why don't you try close combat? In this way, I won't be able to move your magic, right? Feng Zichen ignored Kunpeng's jealous look. Instead, he smiled and gave him an idea. Ha! Hearing this, Kunpeng showed a mocking smile. Did he really think he was a fool? Everyone in the untainted land knew that Feng Zichen was the authentic Pangu and had created the way of gods and demons. The strength of his body was no less than that of the ancestor of sorcery. It was crazy to fight with him. You're kidding. Not to mention that your body may not be weaker than that of the ancestor of sorcery, you have a space attribute primordial treasure in your hand. Poor Wei doesn't dare to get too close to you. Everyone knows that the space attribute primordial treasure has its own small world. If she gets too close to you and is pulled in, she will be at your mercy. So, you'd better not bother. Just stay here with poor Wei and wait for His Majesty to come out of seclusion, Kun Peng said as he silently distanced himself from Feng Zichen. At the same time, he was secretly guessing whether Nuwa had given the mountain river map to Feng Zichen. Otherwise, he would be so confident. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, do you think you can stop me by yourself? Seeing that Kunpeng was stubborn, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He was determined to use force to pull him into the chaos outside the sky and teach him a good lesson. Ha, Zichen, you're the great Taoist priests. Poor Wei alone can't stop you. Well, poor Wei's helper is here. Kunpeng shook his head and smiled. He saw Kunpeng looking at the moon star in the starry sky. There, the moonlight of the moon scattered and gradually condensed in the void, forming a beautiful figure. It was the Empress of Heaven, Shihi. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Shihi appeared and went forward to greet him. Fellow Taoist, you're welcome. Feng Zichen nodded in return. Seeing that it was Shihi, Feng Zichen couldn't help but be a little vigilant. Shihi was different from other great mediums. She was the Empress of Heaven, recognized by heaven and earth, the most noble woman in the untainted land. She was the mother of the world and had the power of rank. She wasn't easy to deal with. While Feng Zi was secretly vigilant of Shihi, she didn't notice that in her bedroom in the human Dao Imperial Court, there was an inexplicable change in Chang Yi's body with Shihi's arrival. A kind of power was slowly recovering. As for Shihi, she didn't notice it either. The human Dao Imperial Court was a part of the Khanate Cardinal Treasure and the carrier of the human Dao. Its power was limitless. Isolating one's aura was the most basic operation. Even if a saint came, as long as he didn't enter and stand outside, he wouldn't be able to find any abnormalities. Fellow Taoists, are you really going to stop me? After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen decided to fight first. He would only know if they were strong after fighting. Chapter 467. The two of them didn't say anything, but their intentions were clear. They were going to stop him. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. With a plan in mind, Feng Zichen activated the human emperor's seal and covered the surrounding space. What? Shihi and Kunpeng stared blankly at Feng Zichen's actions. They didn't know what he was trying to do, but then they understood. Feng Zichen pointed at the human emperor's seal, and countless Dao patterns flew out and swept toward the two of them. Oh no! The two of them were shocked when they saw that. The Dao patterns were filled with the power of the void. Even though Shihi and Kunpeng didn't recognize this Dao pattern, they could guess its function from this point. It should be some kind of great divine ability related to void teleportation. Obviously, Feng Zichen wanted to teleport them somewhere else. That wouldn't do. Without the restraint of the human race, Feng Zichen would turn the world upside down. The two of them might not be able to defeat Feng Zichen. Understanding this, the two of them didn't dare to let the Dao pattern of the void get close to them. They immediately used their divine abilities. One of them surged with moonlight, while the other surged with the power of Feng Shui. They disrupted the surrounding void and tried to force the Dao pattern away. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen was too fast, and the human emperor's seal was powerful enough. The Dao pattern of the void directly ignored the two of them and enveloped them. Ha! Come with me, fellow Taoists. With a laugh, Feng Zichen activated the human emperor's seal and pulled the surrounding void, as well as Shihi and Kunpeng. They performed a great teleportation and arrived in the boundless starry sky. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, don't you want to experience my divine ability? As you wish. As soon as they arrived in the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen didn't give the two of them time to react. He stretched out his right hand and took out the million sword illustration and shook it. In an instant, countless sword lights shot out and drowned the Kunpeng ancestor like an ocean. At the same time, Feng Zichen pointed at Shihi, and the human path furnace suddenly appeared and covered her head. How dare you! Shiha and Kunpeng were both furious at the sudden attack. Shiha raised her hand, and two wheels, one gold and one silver, rose from her body. They activated the power of the sun and the moon and pushed away the furnace of the human path. It was a Khanate spiritual treasure, the sun-moon wheel. It was a rare combined Dharma treasure in the untainted land. According to legend, when Di-jun and Shihi got married, the sun star and the moon star shook together, and a primordial spiritual treasure emerged from each of them. They were the sun wheel and the moon wheel. When the two Khanate numinous treasures were separated, they were only superior-grade Khanate numinous treasures. However, if they were combined, they would be a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure that was extremely powerful and could manifest Khanate yin and yang. As a celestial emperor, Di-jun had no lack of Khanate spirit treasures. Therefore, he gave this supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure to Shihi to protect herself. Shiha was not rich. After all, before him, the lunar star already had a moon god. Most of the Khanate spiritual treasures nurtured on it became Wang Shu's possessions. There were not many left for Shiha. Now, Shiha was using the supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the sun-moon wheel. The power of the sun and the moon rolled out, manifesting the mystery of yin and yang, and defeated the human path furnace. Although the human path furnace was extraordinary and contained part of the true meaning of the great Tao, it was only a superior-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. Compared to the sun-moon wheel, it was still one grade lower. How could it be a match for it? It was normal for it to be forced to retreat. On the other side, Kunpeng saw the sword light surging over like a tide. He did not dare to be careless and hurriedly showed his Dharma body. He turned into a huge golden-winged giant Peng bird. He spread his feathers and emitted billions of golden light, colliding with the sword light. Kunpeng's strength was extremely powerful, but his luck was not good. He had been in the world for many years and did not have a suitable Khanate spiritual treasure. However, nothing was absolute. Without a powerful Khanate spiritual treasure, Kunpeng ancestor focused more on developing his own potential. Kunpeng was a rare species in the untainted land. He had one soul and two bodies. He was the embodiment of endless creation and endless potential. After many years of development, his physical body was no weaker than a Khanate spiritual treasure. His supernatural power was even more exquisite. He was about to reach the limit of supernatural power. Everyone thought that Kunpeng's luck was not good and he could not get a Khanate spiritual treasure, but that might not be the case. With his status, was it difficult to get a Khanate spiritual treasure? It was not difficult. It was not difficult at all. If he went to the demon clan's treasury to take a few Khanate spiritual treasures, would Di-jun disagree? He did not take it because he did not need it. It was said that supernatural powers were no match for fate. But Kunpeng did not believe it. He wanted to use supernatural powers to reverse fate. Khanate spiritual treasures would only make him dependent, so he did not want them. This was the boldness that a great supernatural power should have. After many years of polishing by Kunpeng, his feathers were no weaker than superior-grade Khanate spiritual treasures in terms of power. Feng Zichen's casual attack certainly could not hurt him. Kill! After repelling Feng Zichen's attack, the two joined forces to attack him. Kunpeng showed a huge Dharma body and fought with Feng Zichen in close combat. Every attack seemed to be made by nature, connecting heaven and earth, and containing the supreme mystery of Tao. Shihi activated the sun and moon wheel from afar, drawing the power of the sun star and the moon star, deducing the power of yin and yang and blasting toward Feng Zichen. The two of them fought in close combat and attacked from afar. They had a clear division of labor and worked together to kill Feng Zichen. They intended to keep Feng Zichen in the boundless starry sky forever. What about Feng Zichen? Facing the siege of the two top great supernatural powers of the primordial world, he did not panic at all. Instead, he seemed a little excited. Good timing. I haven't fought with anyone since I became the great Taoist priests. I can use you to practice and test my strength. Seeing the two of them coming, Feng Zichen said calmly. Then, he threw the million-sword illustration in his hand, and it turned into a vast sword realm in the air. It pulled Shi-He and the sun and moon will into it and fought with them. Then he showed Pangu's Tao body and turned into the same size as Kunpeng, and they fought hand to hand. Over the years, Feng Zichen fought with the shadows of the chaos demon god day and night. He felt that his mastery of the great path was getting deeper and deeper, and his strength had increased by more than a few times. However, he did not have a clear understanding of his strength because no one had fought with him. Now, fighting with the Kunpeng would definitely allow him to have a clearer understanding of his own strength. Boom! Just like that, the three of them fought in the boundless starry sky. 1 against 2. Feng Zichen was still not at a disadvantage. As Feng Zichen, Kunpeng, and the others left, the sealed space-time in the human tribe's territory was unsealed. What happened? On the immortal Dragon City, a group of human masters looked in front of them blankly. They had no idea what had happened. In their memory, a moment ago, the chaos formation was suddenly activated, and then a terrifying light beam broke through the air and shattered the chaos light screen. Then, 5,000 demon clan elites appeared, and they were terrified. But suddenly, extremely suddenly, 4,000 of the 5,000 demon clan elites were killed, and the rest were all injured. Strange, extremely strange. What happened just now? With the weak cultivation of the human masters, of course, they did not know the danger just now. They were almost killed by Kunpeng several times. This was the tragedy of not being able to become Daluo Jingxian. If a sage-to-be wanted to kill them, they could not even find out, let alone resist. They did not even know how they died. Of course, while the human masters were confused, the demon clan elites were even more confused. How did less than 1,000 of the 5,000 die out of nowhere? However, the demon clan had a strong foundation. After a while, the remaining demon clan members understood what had happened. There was an 80% chance that there was a force stronger than Daluo Jingxian who wanted to kill them. As for why they were not dead, it should be because the powerful demon clan figures stopped them. Cough, cough. Gather the troops. After a few light coughs, a demon clan deputy general who was lucky enough to survive struggled to his feet and gave the order. Why was he the one who gave the order? Because the leading demon general and his deputy general were all killed by Feng Zichen with one seal. Among the surviving demon clan members, he had the highest status. Everyone, the Lord ordered us to destroy the human race. But before we could do anything, there was a sudden accident and we lost more than 80% of our men. The soldiers who are still alive are all injured. So, do we still continue to attack the human race? After counting the losses, the demon clan deputy general said with a heavy expression. The losses were too great. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had lost less than 100% of their strength. Of course, it was easy for 5,000 elites to destroy the human race. But it was not certain if 1,000 injured people could destroy the human race. Therefore, the deputy general hesitated. He did not know if he should continue to attack the human race or return to the heavenly court to recuperate. Fight, of course we fight. The demon god paid a huge price to send us here. If we retreat to the heavenly court before we do anything, the demon god will not let us go so easily. Moreover, the human race is just a post-celestial race. Even if we are injured and have less than 100% of our strength left, we can still destroy them. As soon as the deputy general finished speaking, the demon clan soldiers immediately rejected him. Hundreds of demon gods worked together to send them here, not for them to play. If they returned without any results, they would be courting death. Therefore, no matter what, they had to fight the human race. It did not matter whether they won or not. The most important thing was to let the Lord see that they tried their best. All right then. Everyone charge with me. The deputy general clearly understood this. Seeing that no one had any objections, he gathered his men and charged toward the immortal Dragon City. Immortal Dragon City. After such a huge commotion, the human experts clearly saw the demon clan elites charging toward them. They were shocked and angry. They were shocked because when did the demon clan elites arrive? They were angry because this group of demon clan elites was looking down on them too much. They dared to attack the human race with just over 800 people, and they were all injured. How little respect did he have for them? No one could stand this. Damn it, the demon clan is too much. We can be killed but not humiliated. Today, even if we have to give up our lives, we must kill all these demon clan elites. Seeing the demon clan army charging toward them, the human experts' eyes turned red. They wanted nothing more than to skin them alive. Chapter 468. Set up the formation. In front of the immortal dragon city, the demon elites unleashed their powers and connected with the Zhousing formation, drawing in the power of the Zhousing formation. Suddenly, the shadows of 36 ancient stars appeared in the sky above the demon clan elites. 36 Big Dipper stars. This was the Big Dipper formation. The demon race had mastered the Zhousing formation for many years. Naturally, they couldn't have created just one Zhousing formation. Of course, there were many other formations related to the stars. For example, the Big Dipper formation, Big Dipper formation, Big Dipper formation, Big Dipper formation, and so on. The demon elites were naturally not comparable to the demon cannon fodder. They were the direct descendants of the demon race. They were better equipped and the formations they mastered were more powerful. The Big Dipper formation was the formation they mastered. It could borrow the power of the 36 Big Dipper stars to fight against the enemy. Originally, the Big Dipper formation set up by the 5,000 demon elites could trap even Daluo Jinxian. Wasn't it easy to destroy the human race? But now, only about 800 of the 5,000 demon clan elites were left, and all of them were injured. The Heavenly Dipper formation was much weaker than before, and they were not sure if they could defeat the human clan. Activate the Big Dipper formation. We must kill all these demons. The human race roared angrily when they saw the demon race activating the formation. Boom! A cloud of chaotic energy appeared. Then, it divided into yin and yang, the 3 powers, the 4 divisions, and the 5 elements. It enveloped the immortal dragon city. Kill! Without any hesitation, the two sides used their strongest attacks. Buzz! The 36 Big Dipper stars trembled and transformed into 36 giant silhouettes of gods. They charged towards the immortal dragon city in an attempt to break through the human race's first line of defense. The Big Dipper formation shook at the same time. Streams of Khanate Chi whizzed out like a heavenly river bursting its banks. It was vast and unpredictable and swept towards the 36 gods. Chaos could melt everything. The torrent of Khanate Chi inherited the characteristics of chaos. It had the ability to melt everything. After drowning the 36 gods, it began to wear down their power. However, these 36 star gods were connected to the Big Dipper stars in the sky. No matter how much power the Big Dipper formation wore down, they could still replenish it from the Big Dipper star. Furthermore, with just the strength of the 36 star gods, they would not be able to break free from the Great Primal Chaos formation. As a result, the two formations were in a stalemate. Kill! Kill all these demons and the Big Dipper formation will collapse on its own. On top of the Dragon City, the group of human experts had ferocious looks in their eyes. They activated the immortal Dragon City while controlling the indestructible Dragon Soul to charge at the demon race elites. A great battle broke out. While the humans and demons were fighting, the battle between Feng Zichen and Kunpeng Shi was getting more and more intense. Ha! Fellow Kunpeng, I really don't know where your courage comes from. You actually dare to fight me in close combat. You are simply courting death. Even the ancestral sorcerer wouldn't dare to compete with me in terms of physical strength in the same realm, let alone you. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen sent Ancestor Kunpeng flying with a punch as he laughed loudly. He was not joking. He had used Zhousing to reverse Pangu's Dao body and had achieved great success. The strength of his physical body was not much weaker than that of the ancestral sorcerer of the same realm. After that, he obtained the Pangu meridian diagram that the Magi had evolved from the primordial world map from the Magi. In this way, by comparing the two, Feng Zichen had corrected his previous mistakes and his physical body had been further strengthened. Even the ancestral sorcerer had to admit that at his cultivation level, his physical body was weaker than his. Kuan Peng was simply courting death by competing with Feng Zichen in terms of physical strength. Boasting. Of course, Kuan Peng did not believe what Feng Zichen said. If he said that his physical body was as strong as the ancestral sorcerer's, Kuan Peng would believe him. But was it not a joke to say that he was stronger than the ancestral sorcerer? The ancestral sorcerer's physical body was known to be the strongest in the primal chaos. That was recognized by everyone. It was not just because you said you were stronger than him. But you don't believe me? Seeing that Kuan Peng did not believe him, Feng Zichen had a strange look on his face. He flashed and came in front of him. Without saying a word, he threw out a group of punches. This punch contained the insights of Feng Zichen and the shadow of the chaos fiend god that had fought for countless years. The supernatural powers were refined into the flesh and blood. Every move, every drop of blood, and every strand of hair were all supernatural powers with irresistible power. Kuan Peng raised his claws to meet it. Boom! The punch and the claw collided. With a crack, Kuan Peng's claw was broken by Feng Zichen's punch. After the punch, Feng Zichen did not stop. Instead, he took another step forward and came to Kuan Peng's side. He grabbed his wings and pulled them with all his might. Hiss! With a hiss, Kuan Peng's wings were directly torn off by Feng Zichen. However, Kuan Peng was also extraordinary. He endured the pain on his body and used an uninjured claw to grab Feng Zichen. Bang! The giant claw hit Feng Zichen's body with a bang, but it did not cause him any harm. My friend, is that all you have? You can only scratch my itch. With a smile, Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and grabbed Kuan Peng's uninjured claw. With a strong twist, he broke it. Then Feng Zichen formed a fist seal with his hands. A majestic aura rose from his body, and Pengu's shadow appeared behind him, setting off his great figure. Feng Zichen raised his fist and was about to release Kuan Peng. But at this moment, Shihi drove the sun and moon wheel to break through the million-sword picture and kill him. Troublesome. Frowning, Feng Zichen whispered. He withdrew his fist, took out Zichen's sword, and threw it toward the million-sword picture in the distance. Buzz. Zichen's sword fell into the million-sword picture and merged with it. Suddenly, the power of the million-sword picture skyrocketed. The shadows of the divine swords seemed to have condensed into substance, shining with amazing sharpness. They pulled Shihi, who had just broken out of the million-sword picture, back in. Just as Feng Zichen was dealing with Shihi, Kuan Peng ancestor seized the opportunity. His body shook and turned into a giant Kuan fish, breaking free from Feng Zichen's hands. The Kuan fish roamed the sea of stars, and it was difficult to catch it again. My friend's body is far stronger than Poor Wei's. Next, Poor Wei will ask for your advice with divine power. Kuan Peng ancestor pulled away from Feng Zichen and said with an ugly face. In this close combat, he was completely crushed by Feng Zichen. He lost miserably. I heard that you are a master of divine power. Then I'll have to learn from you. Kuan Peng was obviously going to show his true ability. Even Feng Zichen could not help but be a little cautious. The power of a great divine power who intended to use divine power to fight against the heavens was definitely terrifying. Devour the heavens and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge vortex appeared above Kuan Peng's head. As soon as this vortex appeared, it emitted an aura that could swallow everything. Everything around Kuan Peng was immediately swallowed by it. Even the starlight was distorted and turned into streams of light that were sucked into it. In an instant, Feng Zichen felt a huge suction force that tried to suck him into the vortex. Feng Zichen's face changed. His body suddenly turned illusory and merged with the void around him. This was one of the 36 great divine powers of the celestial constellation, standing without shadow. It could be placed in the void. It was a supreme divine power that used the Tao of space. But unfortunately, this method was useless. After Feng Zichen placed himself in the void, the suction force did not disappear. Even the void that he placed himself in was pulled into the vortex. Then, Feng Zichen used the flying body trace to escape outside of time and space. But he could not get rid of the suction force. Obviously, Kuan Peng's divine power had been refined to the point that it could even devour the void. My friend's divine power is really amazing. After praising, Feng Zichen immediately used the reversal of yin and yang, a supreme divine power. In an instant, heaven and earth were out of order. The sun and moon were out of order. Yin and yang were reversed. The secrets of heaven were completely chaotic. Feng Zichen's aura completely disappeared. He was clearly standing there, but there was no aura at all. It was as if he did not exist. The suction force passed through him, but it could not shake him at all. My friend, you must have cultivated the celestial constellation 36 transformations to an extremely high level. Otherwise, you would not have escaped the divine power of the poor way. Kunpeng could not help but be amazed when he thought of how Feng Zichen had used several great divine powers in the blink of an eye. The celestial constellation 36 transformations was personally organized and compiled by the Tao ancestor. It was the general outline of the celestial sect's divine powers. There were many cultivators in the primordial world, but there were not many who had cultivated to the level of Feng Zichen. It was because it was too difficult. The 36 supreme divine powers represented 36 types of Connate Tao. How could they be so easy to comprehend? Feng Zichen could cultivate it because of Hongmeng Daozhong. Others did not have the same treatment. My little tricks can't compare to yours, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Guan's divine power is quite similar to the northern underworld's ultimate void. Did you create it from observing the ultimate void? That aura of devouring the heavens and earth was very similar to the ultimate void. As the future master of the ultimate void, Feng Zichen could not be wrong. Kunpeng was born from the origin of Connate Feng Shui. However, he did not cultivate the Connate Feng Shui Tao, but the Tao of devouring. Who would believe that it had nothing to do with the ultimate void? After all, the ultimate void was in the northern underworld. As the master of the northern underworld, Feng Zichen did not believe that Kunpeng would not take a look at such a dangerous thing in his home. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. This divine power was indeed created by the poor way's ultimate void. Now, this is the first time it has appeared in the primordial world. I wanted to amaze everyone, but I did not expect to be thwarted by you. Seriously, Kunpeng looked at Feng Zichen and said with a constipated expression. This divine power was originally used by him to deal with Dijun and Tai Yi, but now it was forced out by Feng Zichen and did not have any effect. Of course, he was extremely upset. Fellow Taoist, I've already seen your divine power. Next, it's time for you to see my divine power. After flattering Kunpeng for a while, Feng Zichen's face suddenly turned cold. He formed a seal with both hands and attacked Kunpeng. Clang! The great Tao furnace suddenly appeared and covered Kunpeng's head. Chapter 469. What kind of divine power is this? Seeing the great path furnace, Kunpeng was shocked. He had never seen such a divine power before. He didn't recognize the Tao patterns on it at all. He couldn't understand them at all. It was simply unheard of. However, the aura emitted by that tattoo was so vast and so deep that people couldn't help but be addicted. The truth it contained was even more vast than the heavenly path. This was a power that was above the heavenly path. Wasn't it? The great path was above the heavenly path. Feng Zichen's great divine power was not weak. It was his strongest divine power apart from the heaven-splitting inheritance. He was confident that he could kill a mighty figure at the early stage of Sage to Be with this attack. However, Kunpeng didn't resist such an attack. Instead, he chuckled. Hee. Fellow Taoist Zichen, no matter how strong your divine power is, what's the use if you can't hit the poor way? Patriarch Kunpeng's body swayed and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already outside the endless void. Dijiang's speed was the fastest in the untainted land, but Kunpeng's speed wasn't bad either. Can you dodge? You know nothing about the power of the great path. Looking at Patriarch Kunpeng, Feng Zichen's eyes were very calm. He didn't take his words seriously. How could a great path divine power be so easy to dodge? The great path furnace rushed over, ignoring space and distance. No matter how Kunpeng dodged, he couldn't get rid of it. In his horrified eyes, the attack landed squarely on his body. Boom! In the explosion, Patriarch Kunpeng's body was directly blown up by the Great Path Furnace. Of course, the Great Path Furnace also shattered. The power to refine all things didn't have time to manifest. Otherwise, Kunpeng would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Alas, my understanding of the Great Path is still not deep enough. Looking at the broken Great Path Furnace, Feng Zichen sighed. If he could imprint more demonic imprints on the body of the Great Path Furnace, then this attack would not be as simple as the destruction of the Kunpeng's physical body. His shattered flesh and blood would definitely be absorbed and refined by the furnace of the Great Path. In this way, even if the Kunpeng could escape from the Great Tao Furnace, its vitality would be greatly damaged. In the distance, bloody light flickered, covering the boundless starry sky. It was incomparably resplendent, even more resplendent than some stars. It was the broken body of the Kunpeng. A whirlpool quietly appeared and swallowed the flesh and blood. Then, Ancestor Kunpeng walked out with a pale face. At their level, they were already immortal and indestructible. Not to mention the shattering of their physical bodies, even the shattering of their primordial spirits and indestructible true spirits would not take their lives. However, not dying didn't mean that he wouldn't be injured. Looking at Ancestor Kunpeng's pale face, one could tell that he was heavily injured, but this was not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was the power of the Great Path that was left in his body when the furnace of the Great Path shattered. If this power was not removed in time, it would continue to destroy his physical body and even his true spirit, thus affecting his strength. Of course, if the Kunpeng could get rid of it, it would also gain some benefits. After all, that was the power of the Great Path. Its essence was extremely high, and it could give him a lot of inspiration. This was the disadvantage of not cultivating a Great Path divine power. If he could not kill with one blow, a good battle would very likely evolve into giving opportunities to the enemy. Fellow Taoist Zichen's divine power is really mysterious, far beyond the Poor Wei's imagination. If you and I were not enemies, the Poor Wei would definitely ask you for advice. After recovering his body, Ancestor Kunpeng looked at Feng Zichen with a complicated expression. He wanted to learn this divine power. He also wanted to know the meaning of the Tao patterns inscribed on the divine power. However, Feng Zichen would never tell him, because they were enemies. However, the Kunpeng still wanted to learn. For a person who focused on divine power, Feng Zichen's unknown and powerful divine power was like a pervert seeing a beauty. It deeply attracted him, making him unable to stop. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, do you still want to continue fighting? Feng Zichen looked at the Kunpeng with some amusement and said, this kind of trump card was the foundation of his standing. How could he easily tell others about it? Not to mention that the two of them were enemies, he could not even tell friends. Only when they were close friends could they communicate with each other. No more fighting, no more fighting. Fellow Taoist strength is unfathomable. The Poor Wei is far from your match. However, fellow Taoist Zichen, choosing the boundless starry sky as the battlefield is your biggest mistake. Suppressing the desire for knowledge in his heart, Ancestor Kunpeng said with a smile. What? Hearing this, Feng Zichen was a little surprised. But soon, he understood what Ancestor Kunpeng meant. Do it. With Ancestor Kunpeng's order, the Zhouxing floating in the boundless void suddenly shone brightly. Powerful demon gods walked out with the heavenly cycle star banner in their hands and silently looked at Feng Zichen. In an instant, Feng Zichen was enveloped by the starlight. The heavenly cycle star formation. Looking at the formation that looked like a star formation around him, how could Feng Zichen not know that it was the demon clan's formation that trapped him, the heavenly cycle star formation? Of course, this was not the complete heavenly cycle star formation. Now that Di Jun and Fuxi were not around, the sun star was unguarded, and the Zhouxing had lost 9 stars. With the current strength of the demon clan, it was impossible to set up a complete heavenly cycle star formation. That's right. This formation is the demon clan's formation, the Zhouxing formation. At this moment, Shiha's voice sounded. With the support of the heavenly cycle star formation, Shiha's strength increased greatly. She broke through the seal of the myriad sword painting and escaped. Feng Zichen waved his hand, and the myriad sword painting and the Zichen sword broke through the air and returned to his hand. Now that he was in the heavenly cycle star formation, it would be difficult for him to take back the treasures if he was not careful and was suppressed by the formation. It's just an incomplete formation. Do you think you can trap me? Looking at the confident Shiha and Kun Peng, Feng Zichen said disdainfully. The complete heavenly cycle star formation could suppress even a saint. Of course, he could not deal with it. However, the formation in front of him was a different story. He was the expert in the path of the stars. Can it work? Why don't you try and find out? Heavenly cycle star formation, rise. Di Jun and Tai were not around. As the master of the moon star, Shiha became the master of the Zhouxing formation. At her command, the Zhouxing formation shook. Endless star power fell and surged toward Feng Zichen. Boom, boom, boom. The Zhouxing formation turned slowly and turned into a huge star, firmly suppressing Feng Zichen. At the same time, endless star power surged like a burning flame, trying to refine him. Ha! Small fry. Feng Zichen laughed and used the great path furnace to absorb and refine all the star power that surged toward him. Chapter 470. In the boundless starry sky, there were countless stars. Other than the 365 main stars, there were also billions of ancient stars. The heavenly cycle star formation used the 365 main stars as the eye of the formation to control the power of all the stars in the boundless starry sky, gathering all the power of the stars in one body. This was the reason why the demons did not fear the saints. However, the heavenly cycle star formation of the demons had a fatal weakness, and that was that the 365 main stars were not complete. He did not have the Emperor star. Without a main star, the Emperor star, which was not inferior to the sun and moon stars, the heavenly cycle star formation would not be perfect. The sun, moon, and star were the three treasures of heaven. The sun and moon. Naturally, they were referring to the sun and moon stars. The star was referring to the Emperor star. Without the Emperor star, the heavenly cycle star formation would not be able to perform the three treasures of heaven. It would lack many changes, and its power would be many times weaker. This was also the reason why the heavenly cycle star formation could not compete with the 12 divine beings' wraith formation. How could an incomplete formation compare to a complete formation? After Hudu had reincarnated, the 12 divine beings' wraith formation was incomplete, and the heavenly cycle star formation could be on par with it. Of course, this was not important. The important thing was that with this huge flaw, the heavenly cycle star formation could not do anything to Feng Zichen. He was the Emperor star, and in the heavenly cycle star formation, he had a great advantage. Therefore, after falling into the heavenly cycle star formation, Feng Zichen did not panic at all. He even had the leisure to observe the operating pattern of the Zhouxing and use it to figure out the mystery of the demon clan's formation. After all, it was one of the top 3 formations in the primordial world. It gathered all the wisdom of the demon clan, as well as the principles of Zhouxing. If he could gain something from it, it would benefit him for the rest of his life. Moreover, Feng Zichen was an expert in the Tao of the stars. By studying it, he could improve his understanding of the Tao of the stars. Just like this, Feng Zichen had the great path furnace above his head to resist the suppression of the heavenly cycle star formation, and he leisurely observed the formation. How dare you! Quick, strengthen the formation and refine him to death. Seeing Feng Zichen's leisurely manner, Shihi's pretty face immediately darkened, and she hurriedly ordered, "Yes." The Yao gods replied in unison. Immediately after, they shook the heavenly cycle star streamers in their hands. He pushed Zhouxing with all his might and pressed down on Feng Zichen. Rumble! In an instant, even more power of the stars surged over, and the pressure Feng Zichen faced instantly multiplied. The furnace of the great path creaked as if it couldn't bear the burden, as if it would break at any moment. The heavens are helping me. Seeing this, not only was Feng Zichen not surprised, but he was delighted. He calmed himself down, and his spiritual will crossed the layers of the void, connecting with the innate star tree that supported Zichen's heaven. Come! With a soft call, Feng Zichen opened a void passage, allowing the roots of the innate star tree to pass through and enter the furnace of the great path. The power of the stars was strong, but the innate star tree fed on the power of the stars, which was its nemesis. Buzz. Feeling the thick power of the stars in the furnace of the great path, the roots of the innate star tree trembled with excitement. Ever since the demon clan had occupied Zhoushan, the innate star tree had not swallowed the power of the stars on a large scale in order to protect itself, for fear of being discovered by the demon clan. Now, the power of the stars was swarming over. How could it not be excited? Without any hesitation, the roots of the innate star tree rushed toward the power of the stars in the sky like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. And the power of the stars that brought great pressure to Feng Zichen was like a little sheep when it saw the roots of the innate star tree. It was absorbed by the roots of the innate star tree without any resistance. With this help, the furnace of the great path, which was on the verge of collapse, suddenly stopped shaking, and its power increased greatly. No matter how much power of the stars surged over, it absorbed it all. It was very powerful. Good job. The more it absorbs, the faster it grows. Only by growing fast can it become stronger. In this way, it can better protect the human race. Looking at the roots of the innate star tree that were absorbing the power of the stars in the sky, Feng Zichen showed an excited expression. Previously, Feng Zichen was not sure whether the innate star tree could hide from the perception of the demon clan. But now, his confidence had greatly increased. How powerful would the star power released by Zhoushan be? If the innate star tree absorbed it, it would definitely be able to take a step forward. In this way, the possibility of hiding from the demon clan would be greatly increased. At the same time, Feng Zichen sighed in his heart. The innate star tree had been with him for so many years, and it had really suffered. It was his incompetence that caused the innate star tree to not absorb too much star power for so many years. Otherwise, with the support of Zhoushan, the innate star tree had long entered the mature stage. How great would it be if Zhoushan fell into my hands? Looking at Zhoushan in front of him, Feng Zichen said enviously. The boundless starry sky was the true treasure of the primitive world. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. The demon clan experts gradually realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Why is it that after refining for so long, Feng Zichen is not dispirited, but getting more and more energetic? Kunpeng looked at Feng Zichen in the formation and asked curiously. After being refined by the cosmic star formation for so long, even a quasi-saint expert should have been refined to death. However, Feng Zichen was not even injured. This was a little strange. Even if he was stronger than a quasi-saint, it should not be like this. Oh no, I forgot that he has an innate spirit treasure of the void attribute. He must have used the power of that treasure to transfer the attack of the formation away. With a flash of thought, Kunpeng Ancestor thought of the spirit treasure on Feng Zichen and suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, Kunpeng Ancestor's body also moved. He raised his hand and launched a magic attack at Feng Zichen. What a shrewd person Feng Zichen was. Hearing Kunpeng Ancestor's cry, he knew that he had misunderstood. However, Feng Zichen did not explain. Instead, he cooperated and activated the Emperor's seal to isolate the void around him so that Kunpeng Ancestor's magic attack could not hit him. Kunpeng Ancestor's magic attack disappeared when it was 3 feet away from Feng Zichen's body. As expected, seeing this scene, Kunpeng Ancestor was even more certain of his guess. Little thief, you are cunning. Seeing this scene, Shiha's face suddenly turned ugly. She shouted and waved her arms to draw the power of the lunar star to drive the cosmic star's formation. Suddenly, the formation changed again. As one of the top 3 formations in the untainted land, the cosmic star's formation was certainly not as simple as suppressing and refining. It was famous for its infinite power. Zhouxing spun wildly, and the power of the stars became restless, destroying the surrounding void. Shiha's purpose was very simple. Feng Zichen, didn't you use the void to protect yourself? Then I will destroy all the void and see what you can do. How did the demon race discover us so quickly? Sensing the changes around him, Feng Zichen said reluctantly. He was not worried about the cosmic star's formation, but simply felt that it was a pity. In these few decades, the Zhouxing tree had grown a lot, which was more than 1,000,000 years of growth in Zichen's cave. If given enough time, it might even enter the growth period. However, the demon clan had already realized that something was wrong. If it continued, the Khanate star tree would be exposed. It has been decades, and you only realize that something is wrong. How stupid! Feng Zichen said sarcastically as he used the Great Path Furnace to stabilize the void. Little thief, don't be arrogant. Today, I will show you the true power of the cosmic star's formation. No one would be happy to be mocked by an enemy, especially a woman who was about to go crazy. Shiha exploded on the spot. Soldiers, set up the cosmic star's formation. Taking a step forward, Shiha walked to the lunar star and ordered coldly, "Queen of Heaven's decree." Hearing this, the demon gods immediately took their positions and showed their huge dharma bodies, each of them sitting on the Zhouxing. Even Kunpeng. He also landed on a main star. At the same time, many demon gods separated from the celestial court and sat on the other ancient stars, operating the cosmic star's formation together. In an instant, the Zhouxing shook together, and a terrifying power erupted, sweeping across the boundless starry sky. Oh my God! The demon clan has too many Daluo Jingxian. Even though he knew that the demon clan had many Daluo Jingxian, Feng Zichen was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. In this short period of time, there were more than 1,000 Daluo Jingxian walking out of the celestial court. Even so, there were still Daluo Jingxian walking out of the celestial court one after another. *CK. Even a half-step primordial chaos expert would probably be beaten to death. At this time, Feng Zichen was also a little panicked. Thousands of Daluo Jingxian, a few sages to be, and the power of the Zhouxing. Feng Zichen did not think that he could withstand it. Subconsciously, Feng Zichen prepared to use his magical power to break the seal of the cosmic star's formation and escape from the demon clan's encirclement. How can this be? As soon as he made his move, Feng Zichen realized that something was wrong. He could not feel any laws or the aura of the Tao of heaven and earth. He could not even feel the Khanate Qi. It was as if at this moment, the laws were hidden, the Tao of heaven and earth was hidden, and the Khanate Qi had disappeared without a trace. Except for himself, everything was gone. This was the power of the cosmic star's formation. It shielded the laws, expelled the Tao of heaven and earth, and wiped out the Khanate Qi. The Daluo Jingxian's strength was in mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. The cosmic star's formation isolated the power of heaven and earth, so that the enemy could only fight with their own strength. It was much easier to deal with them. No wonder the demon clan could not defeat the wizard clan. So that's why. At this time, Feng Zichen also understood why the demon clan had been at a disadvantage in the war with the wizard clan. The most powerful thing about the wizard clan was their physical body. Chapter 471. Without the power of heaven and earth, their bodies were still extremely powerful. As such, under the suppression of the massive heavenly cycle star formation, the combat power of the Grand Sorcerer was not much weaker. Of course, they were not afraid of the demon race. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen's dermic powers were strong, and his body was even stronger. You want to deal with me with this? You're delusional. With a long roar, Feng Zichen revealed his huge Pangu true form and blasted towards the massive heavenly cycle star formation with unparalleled strength. Boom! Feng Zichen walked the path of Tao with strength and was known for his powerful strength. He punched out, causing the void to explode and the stars to sway. However, the power of the massive heavenly cycle star formation was obviously stronger. Feng Zichen's punch was equivalent to stirring up a ripple in the formation and did not have much of an effect. So powerful, Feng Zichen sighed as he retracted his fist. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was one of the top 3 connate formations in the primordial world. Even if it was not in its strongest state, it was not something that he could break with a single punch. Otherwise, this formation would be too weak. You want to break the massive heavenly cycle star formation by yourself? You're dreaming. Today, unless you can become a saint, this will be your death. On the lunar star, Shiha said confidently. Usually, this kind of formation was used by the demon race to deal with the sorcerer race. Now, it was used to deal with a person. Unless that person was a saint, there was no way he could escape. Is that so? Feng Zichen did not deny it. Stubborn. Attack. Shiha was no longer interested in talking to Feng Zichen. In her eyes, Feng Zichen was already a dead man. There was no need to waste her breath on a dead man. Therefore, she took the lead and activated the lunar star to attack Feng Zichen. When the other demon gods saw this, they did not dare to delay and quickly attacked. Feng Zichen was not in a hurry. The heavenly cycle star formation might be able to trap everyone in the primordial world, but it could not trap him. Even if Di Jun personally presided over the heavenly cycle star formation, it wouldn't be enough. Because he was the emperor of the North Star. Now, he could escape from the demon clan's encirclement through the emperor star at any time, and the demon clan would not even be able to find him. But in that case, there was a possibility that his relationship with the emperor star would be exposed. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not intend to use the power of the emperor star to break the array. He intended to break the array by force. Previously, the 9 Zhosheng that he had liberated were the key to breaking the array. Due to the lack of time, the fiend race did not have the time to regain control of the 9 Zhosheng that had escaped their control. They also did not have the time to refine the cyclic astral banner. This caused a fatal flaw to appear in the great heavenly cycle star formation. The place where the 9 Zhosheng beads were located was the weakest part of the formation. Sword. With the sound of a sword, hundreds of millions of sword lights appeared, forming the figure of the Zichen sword. At the same time, the myriad sword illustration also appeared, slowly opening in the air, and then enveloping the Zichen sword. Buzz. A sharp sword hum suddenly sounded in the boundless starry sky. The power of the Zichen sword suddenly soared. When 2 supreme-grade connate spirit treasures were combined, even if its power was not as strong as a connate cardinal treasure, it was still far stronger than other connate spirit treasures. Moreover, the Zichen sword and the myriad sword illustration were both sword Dao cardinal treasures. With the support of the connate sword Dao, its power was even stronger. In Feng Zichen's mind, the image of Pangu splitting open the sky slowly appeared. Streaks of heaven-splitting Dao runes flowed out of his body, evolving into the Dao shadow of Pangu. Splitting open the sky. Raising the Zichen sword, Feng Zichen aimed at the weakness of the great heavenly cycle star formation and swung his sword. Bam! Behind Feng Zichen, the Pangu Dao shadow quietly shattered, turning into countless light spots that merged into the Zichen sword and slashed out together with the sword light. Chi. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as if it was splitting open the sky and earth. The void slowly opened up, and earth, fire, water, and wind surged. Yin Yang, and the 5 elements appeared, and endless Dao laws were born. The power of the world opening rolled out, violently slashing at the weak point of the great heavenly cycle star formation. At the place where Feng Zichen's sword light slashed, a small world gradually formed, forcibly opening up a gap in the Zhosheng formation. Rumble. After being attacked, the great heavenly cycle star formation automatically activated, mobilizing endless star power to suppress the small world. In an instant, the small world was crushed, and the gap was closed. But that was enough. In that short moment, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and turned into a stream of light, rushing out of the great heavenly cycle star formation. Kill! Seeing this, the demon gods were furious. Without needing Shiha's order, they activated the great heavenly cycle star formation to attack Feng Zichen. In an instant, billions of starlight burst out, illuminating the boundless starry sky. When Feng Zichen saw this, he did not dare to take it. His figure flashed, and he dodged to the side. But the starlight was endless. No matter where he hid, starlight would shoot at him. "You forced me to do this." With a thought, Feng Zichen looked back at the great heavenly cycle star formation and ran toward the 9 Zhousing stars that were out of the demon race's control. At that moment, the demon race's second round of attack arrived, and endless starlight burst out again. Feng Zichen slashed with his sword, and the 3 powers of heaven, earth, and man surged out, colliding with the starlight. Boom! The 3 powers of heaven and earth were shattered by the starlight, and the remaining power blasted Feng Zichen, sending him flying far away. With this help, Feng Zichen arrived on one of the 9 stars. After looking up and down for a moment, Feng Zichen recognized this star. Its name was Mars, also known as Mars, and it was one of the 7 planets. Among the 365 primitive planets, its position was second only to the Sun, Moon, and Star, and it was one of the top 10 planets in the primitive universe. No wonder the great heavenly cycle star formation is so weak. It's because it lost Mars. At that moment, Feng Zichen also understood why the powerful great heavenly cycle star formation was broken by him in one move. After losing such a powerful primary planet, who knew how much power the great heavenly cycle star formation had left? This was not a matter of 1-365, but 10. At that moment, the demon race's third attack was ready to be launched. But this time, Feng Zichen did not dodge. He stood on Mars without even opening up his defenses. He just looked at the great heavenly cycle star formation from afar, not dodging or hiding. Even so, the demon race's attack did not land even after a long time. Shameless. Feng Zichen, you're a famous person in the primitive universe. How could you do this? After a while, the Kunpeng poked its head out of the great heavenly cycle star formation and cursed at Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen stood on Mars. If the demon race used all their power to attack him with the great heavenly cycle star formation, they could seriously injure or even kill him. But if that happened, Mars would not be saved. It would definitely be shattered by the great heavenly cycle star formation like Feng Zichen. Unlike the Sun, Moon, and Purple Star, Mars was at least as powerful as a saint, and no one could destroy it. At best, Mars could match a half-step primordial chaos expert, and could not withstand the great heavenly cycle star formation's attack. That was why the demon race could not attack Feng Zichen now, lest Mars be implicated. Mars was the prime star of the primitive universe, and one of the keys to the great heavenly cycle star formation. Destroying it would not only infuriate the heavenly Tao, but it would also send down heavenly punishment. Even if the great heavenly cycle star formation was incomplete and its power decreased, it was a price the demon race could not bear. Without the great heavenly cycle star formation, what could the demon race use to fight the witch race? That was the idea Feng Zichen came up with. With Mars as a shield, the demon race would not dare to touch it. Shameless. You call that shameless? Didn't I learn that from you, fellow Taoist? Feng Zichen laughed softly, his face full of mockery. Previously, the Kunpeng patriarch had threatened him with the life and death of the human race. Now, he was giving them a taste of their own medicine, using the safety of Mars to keep the demons wary of taking action. Wasn't that a perfect example of the saying, "What goes around comes around"? How can the human race compare to Mars? The Kunpeng was anxious when it heard that, and almost roared. If the human race was gone, it could be rebuilt. If Mars was gone, it would be difficult to restore it. Feng Zichen could only sneer at that. Don't worry about it. Trap it here first, and wait for His Majesty to come out of seclusion before we deal with it. At that moment, Shiha suddenly said. Feng Zichen had Mars as a shield, and it was impossible to kill it. The only way was to trap it here and wait for Dijun to come out of seclusion to deal with it. Although everyone was unwilling, they knew that this was the only way and could only agree helplessly. The demon race's idea was good, but Feng Zichen would not sit still and wait for death. When Dijun came out of seclusion, Feng Zichen would not have the confidence to escape. Therefore, he had to leave now. Not only did he have to leave, but he also had to leave an unforgettable lesson for the demon race. Seal me? I'm afraid you can't do that. After saying that, Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands, mobilized all the dermic powers in his body, and used the Supreme Divine Ability Star Shift. This was one of the top 3 Supreme Divine Abilities in the Big Dipper 36 transformations, and it had the power to shift the stars and reverse time. Move the stars, shift the stars. A terrifying wave surged out of Feng Zichen's body and spread throughout the boundless starry sky. Immediately, Mars under his feet and the other 8 primeval main stars that were out of the demon race's control formed a line and crashed toward the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Feng Zichen, are you crazy? Seeing the 9 primeval main stars crash toward them, the demon gods in the massive heavenly cycle star formation could not help but change their expressions and shout anxiously. At the same time, they were also anxiously moving the primeval main stars under their control, afraid that they would collide with the 9 stars that were charging toward them. These demon gods did not know if anything would happen if the main stars collided, but they knew that something would happen to them. The power that would erupt when the main stars collided would definitely shake them into dust and completely destroy them. Crazy. Just take it that I'm crazy. Previously being chased and beaten by the demon race, Feng Zichen was already full of anger. Now that the situation had been turned around with great difficulty, he naturally wanted to get back at them. Crush. Hit him hard. Controlling the 9 main stars, Feng Zichen said fiercely. Chapter 472. Rumble. In the boundless starry sky, 9 huge main stars rampaged, forcing the other main stars to retreat. The entire boundless starry sky was in a mess. However, if they kept defending, they would definitely lose. The demon clan controlled the main stars to dodge left and right, and eventually, they would lose. Bang! A loud sound that shocked the entire primordial world was heard. Then, a bright light erupted, almost covering the radiance of the sun and moon. It was a main star that could not dodge in time and collided with the main star that was charging over. The demon god on it did not even have time to scream before he was shattered into pieces by the huge force. Even the innate true spirit did not have time to escape. A demon god had fallen. Although Daluo Jinxian was immortal and indestructible, it would still take time to resurrect. This was especially true when the innate true spirit perished together with the innate true spirit. The time needed to complete the process was even longer. Dodge. Seeing the fate of this demon god, the other demon gods did not dare to let their main stars get close. They hurriedly controlled their main stars to escape into the distance, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of that person. Bang 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 bang. The collision just now was just the beginning. In the following period of time, another 9 main stars of the primordial world were hit by the main stars controlled by Feng Zichen. The demon gods on them naturally died along with them. The consequences of this were also very serious. In order to avoid the collision of the main stars, the demon gods fled with the primordial world main stars in the boundless starry sky. The star rules were completely messed up, and it was difficult for them to maintain the heavenly cycle star formation. Therefore, when the formation was broken, the demon gods on it suffered a backlash and were all seriously injured. However, for Daluo Jinxian, as long as they did not die, it did not matter whether they were injured or not. However, today they had lost all their face. More than 1,000 Daluo Jinxian of the demon clan, together with several quasi-saints, had set up the heavenly cycle star formation together to deal with a human. Not only did they not kill him, but he also broke out of the formation. This was simply throwing the face of the demon clan to the ground and trampling on it. Of course, the demon clan had paid such a huge price. Feng Zichen was not without losses. The 9 main stars of the primordial world were completely out of his control. We must kill him. Even if we have to use all the power of the demon clan, we must kill him. At this time, Shiha was already a little hysterical. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. If they did not kill Feng Zichen, it would become a stain on the Yao clan's history. Even if the demons defeated the Magi in the future and became the rulers of the primordial world, they would not be able to wash away the humiliation they had suffered today. As long as Feng Zichen did not die, the demon race would always bear this humiliation. Therefore, Feng Zichen must die. Shame. He could only bathe them in blood. At this moment, the strong demon race was thoroughly enraged. The entire heaven court was activated as one after another powerful demon gods walked out of the void and surrounded Feng Zichen tightly. With a cursory glance, Feng Zichen discovered that there were more than 3,000 demon gods surrounding him, including the 1,000 demon gods from before. It could be said that more than half of the demon race's strength had been unleashed. This was a treatment that could only be enjoyed when the Magi attacked. Now, Feng Zichen felt it. However, there were many Magi. As for Feng Zichen, he was alone. Oh my, this seems to be getting out of hand. Silently activating the human emperor's seal to protect himself, Feng Zichen carefully looked around, looking for an escape route. Being besieged by more than 3,000 Daluo Jingxian was not a very pleasant thing. Fellow Taoist, stay. However, before Feng Zichen could take action, the 3,000 demon gods moved with the leisurely voice of the Kuanping ancestor. They all used their magic and attacked Feng Zichen. Damn it! After cursing, Feng Zichen raised the 5 Emperors' canopy and used the human Emperor's seal to move the attacking magic to another place. However, the power of the 3,000 demon gods was too strong. In addition, Feng Zichen had scruples in his heart, so he did not dare to use the full power of the human Emperor's seal. He only kept it at the limit of a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. As a result, Feng Zichen did not move all the attacking magic away. He only moved a part of it, about half of it. Puff! The remaining half of the power directly shattered the 5 Emperors' canopy and hit Feng Zichen, making him vomit blood. The other half of the power that was moved away hit a main star in the distance, destroying all the arrangements of the demon race on it. Another main star of the untainted land was liberated by Feng Zichen. And the name of this main star of the untainted land was the Big Dipper star, one of the 36 Big Dipper stars. The Big Dipper star was liberated, and the elites of the demon race who were far away were immediately affected. It was difficult for them to establish contact with the Big Dipper star, and the Big Dipper formation was broken. No! In the puzzled eyes of the elites of the demon race, the Khanate chi surged like a tide, drowning and refining them. Fellow Taoist, you are really magnanimous. At the moment of life and death, you still don't forget to weaken the strength of the demon race. The demon gods present completely ignored the abnormality of the main star. They only wanted to kill Feng Zichen. As long as he died, everything would return to normal. I am the great Taoist priests. Who can kill me in the untainted land? Feng Zichen said proudly as he placed the great Tao furnace above his head. He was not bragging. With this little strength, he really could not be killed. Although the attacks of the 3,000 demon gods were strong, they could only injure him, not kill him. If they wanted to kill him, they could only use the strength of the primordial chaos level. Otherwise, in his current state, he would be injured but not dead. Moreover, Feng Zichen still had many trump cards that he had not used. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen had already exchanged more than 10 blows with the 3,000 demon gods. His physical body was almost shattered. His body was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. He looked extremely miserable. The demon race did not fare well either. More than 10 main stars of the untainted land were liberated by Feng Zichen. Bastard! Nearly 30 main stars of the untainted land were out of the control of the demon race. Finally, Di Jun, who was in seclusion, was alarmed. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from the sun star. Then, a handsome man in a golden emperor robe walked out from the sun star and walked toward Feng Zichen. Di Jun? Seeing this figure, Feng Zichen was a little puzzled. Although the person in front of him looked exactly the same as Di Jun, the aura on his body was completely different. Di Jun's body was filled with boundless domineering aura. And the Di Jun in front of him, although also domineering, was more ferocious. Also, his cultivation was not right. Di Jun was a half-step primordial chaos existence, but this person's cultivation was at the perfected sage-to-be. Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen was puzzled, but Di Jun was not. He knew what had happened with a glance and reached out to grab him. It's really Di Jun. Sensing this familiar aura, Feng Zichen confirmed that the person in front of him was Di Jun. Although he did not know why Di Jun's cultivation had regressed, it was obvious that he could not stay in the boundless starry sky. Chapter 473. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous. However, Feng Zichen was a little unwilling to leave just like that. The losses of the demon clan seemed to be great, but in fact there weren't many at all. Although the 27 main stars of the desolate world had temporarily escaped from the control of the demon clan under his plan, the main stars of the desolate world could not leave the boundless starry sky. Sooner or later, they would be controlled by the demon clan again. In short, such a loss would at most make the demon clan lose some face and waste some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was really nothing. On the other hand, the death of the 18 demon gods could make the demon clan feel pain. However, it was only a pain. Compared to the 4,000 demon gods of the demon clan, the death of a mere 18 demon gods was indeed not a big deal. Today, the greatest loss of the demon clan was that they had completely lost face in the desolate world. Everything else was not big. How could Feng Zichen be satisfied with such an outcome? Therefore, he planned to take some things from the demon clan before he left to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Greetings, your majesty." With the appearance of Di Jun, the surrounding demon gods seemed to have found their backbone. They gathered behind him and bowed. However, Di Jun did not pay attention to them. Instead, he frowned and stared at Feng Zichen. "Feng Zichen, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to dare to kill your way into the boundless starry sky alone. How dare you?" To be honest, when he saw Feng Zichen causing havoc in the boundless starry sky, Di Jun was really shocked. He dared to kill his way into the demon clan alone. How brave was that? Even the ancestral shaman did not dare to come alone. But Feng Zichen dared to. Just this courage alone was worth looking at him in a different light. After today, Feng Zichen's reputation in the desolate world would be even more resounding. Sun Wukong's name could shake the three realms when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Feng Zichen was much stronger than Sun Wukong when he fought the demon clan alone. His reputation would definitely spread even more. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. Didn't you force me to do this?" Feng Zichen replied nonchalantly in the face of the demon race's formation. Who would want to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace for no reason? Weren't they forced into a corner? What a sharp tongue. Now that I've come out of seclusion, I'll personally capture you. Have you thought about how you're going to escape? Di Jun snorted coldly and said in a cold voice. The cause of this matter was not important. What was important was the result. The demon race had completely lost face. Only Feng Zichen's blood could wash away the shame. Escape? Ha! Why should I run? After hearing Di Jun's words, Feng Zichen laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. When he first saw Di Jun, Feng Zichen was indeed a little flustered. After all, Di Jun had dominated the untainted land for so many years that his fame had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, after this conversation, Feng Zichen was completely relaxed. He was so nervous just now that he did not realize that the Di Jun in front of him was not his original body, but one of his 3 corpses. Yes, Di Jun's original body had not come out of seclusion. Now, the one in front of Feng Zichen was Di Jun's evil corpse. This was reassuring. The strength of the 3 corpses would always be weaker than the original body. In other words, the evil corpse of Di Jun in front of him was no match for Feng Zichen. In this case, what was he afraid of? "You're courting death." Seeing Feng Zichen's arrogant look, the evil corpse of Di Jun's face turned cold. He drew out a sword and slashed at Feng Zichen. Using a sword to deal with me? Your Majesty, have you forgotten that I'm the sword ancestor of the untainted land? No sword in the world can hurt me. The evil corpse of Di Jun's sword light slashed over, but Feng Zichen did not even look at it, nor did he resist. He completely treated it as if it did not exist. Sure enough, when the sword light was 10 feet away from Feng Zichen, it suddenly dissipated without the slightest ripple. The sword ancestor, the ancestor of the innate sword Tao. No divine sword in the world could hurt him. Of course, this was not absolute. This condition was only for those who were lower than Feng Zichen's realm. Those who were higher than him could ignore this restriction. But even so, any sword move that attacked him would automatically be weakened by 30%. The evil corpse of Di Jun's strength was slightly weaker than Feng Zichen's, so he naturally could not hurt him. Pure Yang Gourd kill. Seeing that the sword technique was useless, the evil corpse of Di Jun waved his sleeve and threw out a yellow-skinned gourd. He spat out boundless pure yang true fire at Feng Zichen. This was the spiritual treasure of Dongwang Gongdong, the superior grade innate spiritual treasure of the pure yang gourd. He was very fond of it and had always worn it at his waist. Unfortunately, after he died, this innate spiritual treasure became Di Jun's. Small matter. Feng Zichen shook the million sword painting, and billions of pure yin sword chi surged out and extinguished the pure yang true fire. Then, he drew out Zichen's sword and slashed at Di Jun. It was not his style to be passive and take a beating. In the boundless starry sky, I am an invincible existence. It is unwise to choose this place to fight with me. Seeing Feng Zichen attack, Di Jun shook his head and laughed. He was the lord of the sun star, the ruler of Zhoushan. In the boundless starry sky, he could mobilize the power of all the stars. Even saints dared to fight with him. Star web. Di Jun stretched out his hand and pointed at Feng Zichen. Suddenly, Zhoushan shone brightly. Rays of starlight fell and weaved into a huge star web in the void, covering Feng Zichen. Your Majesty! This star web can't stop me. Looking at the star web that was covering him, Feng Zichen suddenly smiled mysteriously and said to Di Jun, "What?" Di Jun suddenly had a bad premonition. Then, a four-legged square cauldron flew out of Feng Zichen's body. Boom! With the appearance of the square cauldron, an aura that could suppress the universe burst out and swept across the boundless starry sky. In an instant, all the stars in the sky shook and were fixed in place. The huge net of stars that covered Feng Zichen also stopped moving at the same time. Connate cardinal treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth. Looking at the four-legged square cauldron in Feng Zichen's hand, Di Jun's face became extremely ugly. He almost gritted his teeth as he said the name of the treasure. Yes, this four-legged square cauldron was the connate cardinal treasure in Yua's hand, the cauldron of heaven and earth. Back in Jinxiu heaven, Feng Zichen had borrowed this treasure from Yua to refine a weapon. However, after the Dharma treasure was refined, Yua didn't take back the cauldron of heaven and earth. Of course, Feng Zichen wouldn't foolishly take the initiative to return it. Instead, he kept this treasure. If Yua didn't mention it, he would pretend that he had completely forgotten about it. Therefore, this connate cardinal treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth, was left in Feng Zichen's hands. This was where Feng Zichen's confidence came from alone, to fight against the demon clan. Your Majesty, how about another move of mine? Laughing loudly, Feng Zichen controlled the cauldron of heaven and earth and blasted it towards Di Jun. Oh no! Sensing the aura that suppressed all things in the universe, Di Jun's expression changed. He hurriedly mobilized the power of the sun star to protect himself. At the same time, Shihi was also mobilizing the power of the moon star. Together with Di Jun, they stood together to resist the suppression of the cauldron of heaven and earth. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the boundless starry sky. The sun star and the moon star shone together, displaying the changes of connate yin and yang and displaying supreme power. The combination of the sun star and the moon star was the supreme achievement of the connate yin and yang Dao. He just didn't know if the connate cardinal treasure Tai Chi diagram's power could reach this level if it was fully unleashed. Although the cauldron of heaven and earth was powerful, firstly, it was not Feng Zichen's magic treasure. Secondly, Feng Zichen's strength was far inferior to Nua's. Therefore, under the protection of the Sun Star and the Moon Star, Feng Zichen's cauldron of heaven and earth could not break Dijun and Shihi's defense. But fortunately, Feng Zichen's target was not them. On the way to crash into Dijun, the cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly changed direction and hit the sun-moon wheel above Shihi's head. That's right, the sun-moon wheel was Feng Zichen's real target. With the appearance of Dijun, the result of this battle was destined. If they continued to fight, Feng Zichen would definitely lose and even be in danger of dying. Therefore, he decided to leave. This was his last attack before leaving. His purpose was not to hurt Dijun, but to disgust him. Feng Zichen wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when Dijun and Shihi were defending with all their strength to use the cauldron of heaven and earth to grab the sun-moon wheel and then run away. Could it be? No. Seeing the cauldron of heaven and earth bypassing him and flying in the direction of the sun-moon wheel, Dijun's mind was shocked and he vaguely understood Feng Zichen's purpose. But at this moment, it was too late to say anything. After the cauldron of heaven and earth flew to the side of the sun-moon wheel, it suddenly opened the lid. Then, a huge suction came from the mouth of the cauldron and sucked the sun-moon wheel in. There are still important things for me to deal with in the human clan. Zichen will not disturb your majesty here. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the sun-moon wheel was in his hand, Feng Zichen immediately called back the cauldron of heaven and earth, blasted open a void passage and ran to the untainted land without looking back. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. If the sun-moon wheel was lost, Dijun would be furious and come out to catch him in person. Then it would be really dangerous. Boom. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Zichen opened the void passage, he saw a huge handprint flying out of the sun star and blasted towards him from afar. Go. The aura emitted by the handprint was so horrible that it had begun to distort the concept. It was infinitely close to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Feng Zichen didn't dare to take it directly. He directly hid in the cauldron of heaven and earth and frantically fled to the untainted land. As long as he fled there, he would be safe. But, under the pressure of the handprint, the void passage opened by Feng Zichen was broken. The cauldron of heaven and earth also appeared and was hit hard by the handprint. Unfortunately, the cauldron of heaven and earth was a primordial treasure. No matter how strong Dijun was, he couldn't break it. Instead of hurting Feng Zichen, his attack would speed up his escape to the untainted land. Bang! After being hit hard, the cauldron of heaven and earth first made a bang. Then, under the effect of the huge shock, it fell to the untainted land at an extremely fast speed. Well, the cauldron of heaven and earth was fine. But Feng Zichen, who was seriously injured inside, was shocked and dizzy, and his injury was even worse. Chapter 474. Feng Zichen. An angry voice suddenly came from the sun star. Like thunder, it resounded throughout the untainted land, making people fearful. It was Dijun's voice. It was not difficult to tell how angry the owner of the voice was from the crazy voice. How could he not be angry? The sun-moon wheel was a wedding gift from the sun star and the moon star to Dijun and Shihi. It had a special meaning. Its power might not be the strongest among supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, but the Khanate providence it possessed was one of the best. The sun-moon wheel was a wedding gift from the sun star and the moon star, with their best blessings. In other words, the sun-moon wheel was born with a trace of luck from the sun star and the moon star. This was the most precious part of the sun-moon wheel. The owner of this treasure would not be punished. The war of liches and demons was so terrible that Dijun and the 12 ancestral sorcerers were all killed. However, Shihi survived. This was the effect of the sun and moon wheel. So, how could Dijun not be angry? Pass down the order. The demon clan will mobilize all their troops to destroy the human clan. After all, Dijun was the Sky Emperor. He quickly calmed down and responded. The sun-moon wheel was too important. No matter what, they had to get it back. Feng Zichen cared most about the human clan. As long as the human clan was used as a threat, he would definitely fight to the death. At that time, it would be the best time to get back the Sun-Moon Wheel. Yes. Hearing this, the demon gods bowed and accepted the order without hesitation. No one asked about the Wu clan. If the demon clan entered the untainted land, the Wu clan would definitely send troops to stop them. A war would definitely break out between the two clans. But these were not important. His Majesty had ordered to destroy the human clan. They just had to do it. Anyone who dared to stop them would be crushed one by one. What was there to fear about the Wu clan? Even if the demon clan and the Wu clan fought, they were still invincible in the untainted land. It would be easy for them to destroy the human clan. Di Jun ordered the demon gods to move together. Troops were assembled and ready to go to the untainted land at any time. Let's treat this battle as a rehearsal for the final battle between the liches and demons. Looking at the untainted land, Di Jun's expression became somewhat solemn. He was not worried about the wizard race. As long as he did not enter the untainted land, the ancestral sorcerer would not make a move. The remaining sorcerer tribesmen were evenly matched opponents to the demon race army. This was a battle between those below the quasi-sage realm. It was all up to them to decide who would win or lose. As for the human race, he didn't care about it at all. If the entire demon race army was mobilized, they could easily find an opportunity to wipe out the human race. After all, the Fey race had 4,000 Fey gods. Just a few hundred of them were not something the human race could contend against. Soon, everything will be over soon. The war between liches that has lasted for countless years is about to come to an end. After taking another look at the untainted land, Di Jun calmed down and continued his closed-door training. He had already grasped the meridian of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian and was about to break through. There was no time to delay. Today, unless Feng Zichen caused too much trouble, he would not appear. When I attain the Tao, the day of the wizard race's destruction will not be far away. Cough, cough. Di Jun's attack was a little ruthless. After climbing out of the cauldron of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen checked his body and sighed. His body was almost destroyed by Di Jun's attack. Not only were all the bones in his body broken, but there was also the power of the sun entrenched in the wound, preventing his body from healing itself. Although Feng Zichen could get rid of this power with his strength, it would take too much time. It would probably take thousands of years. He didn't know how many things would be delayed. However, Feng Zichen soon thought of a way to quickly recover. That was dual cultivation. Qi was the connate moon god, one of the best in the path of Yin. If he dual cultivated with her, he would definitely be able to recover quickly. In the human emperor's bedroom, Chang Yi sat on a chair with a dazed look on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. She didn't even notice Feng Zichen walking in. "Husband, you're back." It wasn't until Feng Zichen came to her side that Chang Yi reacted and looked at him with a complicated expression. However, Feng Zichen was now full of thoughts about how Di Jun would retaliate against her, so he didn't notice Chang Yi's abnormality. "Yes, I'm back." After responding casually, Feng Zichen took out the sun-moon wheel and handed it to Chang. "I've got a new connate spiritual treasure, which is very suitable for you. See if you like it." The sun-moon wheel was a connate spiritual treasure bred by the moon star and the sun star. It couldn't be used by people who weren't born from the sun and the moon. As the connate moon god, Chang Yi was the most suitable to use this treasure. As for the imprint of Shi He on the sun-moon wheel, Feng Zichen had already erased it. The chaos bead, the cauldron of heaven and earth, plus the Hongmeng Daozhong, could even be refined to death by Shi He, not to mention the imprint he left on the treasure. Buzz. Without needing Chang Yi to do anything, the moon wheel took the initiative to throw itself into her arms and automatically recognized her as its master. As the moon wheel moved, the sun-moon wheel that matched it also reluctantly recognized Chang Yi as its master. "This, thank you, husband. I like it very much." Looking at the moon wheel that was constantly flying around her, Chang Yi was very happy. "I'm glad you like it." "Ahem." As he spoke, Feng Zichen coughed again. "Husband, you're injured." At this time, Chang Yi found that Feng Zichen was injured. She quickly walked to his side and checked his injuries. What a strong power of the sun! Sensing the power of the sun in Feng Zichen's body, Chang Yi's face changed. Without waiting for him to speak, she held his hand and tried to remove the power of the sun in his body by running the Sutra of Tai Yin. After that, everything fell into place. The two of them hugged each other naturally. Yin and Yang coexisted, deducing the power of creation. The power of the sun in Feng Zichen's body was completely refined. All kinds of insights about the Tao of the sun came to his mind. It gave him a deeper understanding of the Tao of the sun. In the boundless starry sky, the demon clan army had been assembled. Under the leadership of a group of demon gods, they drove huge battleships toward the untainted land. As far as the eye could see, the battleships were densely packed. There were as many as 10,000 battleships. And on each battleship, there were 10,000 demon clan soldiers. 10,000 battleships, 10,000 demon clan soldiers on each battleship. Together, there were 100 million demon clan soldiers. They were all half-step Daluo Jingxian. If they were given enough time, they might be able to take half a step closer and become the real Daluo Jingxian. These were the foundation of the demon clan, and also the elites of the demon clan. They were the elites selected from the billions of demon clansmen. The battle flag waved, and the huge battleships flew across the sky. The drums were like thunder. From afar, it was a black mass like dark clouds. At this moment, as long as all living beings in the untainted land raised their heads, they could see the divine appearance of the demon clan army. However, the demon clan army came aggressively, but they did not achieve the desired effect. This was because they were intercepted on the way. It was the witch clan. It was difficult for the witch clan not to notice the demon clan's huge lineup. Therefore, they came and stopped the demon clan in midair, preventing them from entering the untainted land. No matter what the demon clan's purpose was, as long as the demon clan wanted to do something, they would definitely destroy it. Besides, the untainted land was the territory of the witch clan. It was not a place where the demon clan could come and go as they pleased. We are here on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor to attack the human clan. It has nothing to do with the witch clan. Please get out of the way. Bai Zhe walked forward and said, as the leader of the 10 great demon gods, Bai Zhe was the number one of the 4,000 demon gods of the demon clan. He was the commander of this expedition and he was the one who coordinated everything. According to his plan, in this great war between humans and demons, he would try his best not to fight with the witch clan. Quickly destroying the human clan was the right thing to do. Destroy the human clan? It has nothing to do with the witch clan? I've long heard that Bai Zhe is the sage of the demon clan. Now, it seems that he's just SOSO. Everyone in the untainted land knows that the human emperor of the human clan is the witch clan. Your demon clan wants to destroy the witch clan, and you still say that it has nothing to do with the witch clan. Are you a fool? After hearing Bai Zhe's words, the great witch Xiang Lu could not help but mock him. Xiang Lu was also a Khanate great witch and had a high status in the witch clan. He was the subordinate of the ancestor of Wood, Go-Mang, and his status in the Go-Mang tribe was second only to the ancestor of Go-Mang. His words basically represented the intentions of the witch clan. Bastard! Bai Zhe's face turned green with anger. It had been many years since he had been humiliated like this. He just did not want to engage in a fearless battle with the witch clan at this moment. It was not that he was afraid of the witch clan. Since the witch clan wanted to fight, then let's fight. Kill. Bai Zhe didn't waste his breath and ordered coldly. Immediately, more than 4,000 demon gods flew out of the warship and charged towards the witch clan. The witch clan did not dare to show weakness. Without any orders, 4,000 great witches soared into the sky and faced the demon gods of the demon clan. The number of Daluo Jingxian between the witch clan and the demon clan was basically equal. The demon clan had many clansmen and a large base. Therefore, 4,000 Daluo demon gods could be born. As for the witch clan, although they had few clansmen, they had good talent. As the blood descendants left behind by Pangu, The talent of the witch clan could be said to be the best in the primordial world apart from the Khanate godfiends. This point, no other clan could compare to it. However, the number of Daluo Jinxian was equal. But the demon clan did have a lot of advantages over the cultivators below. It was almost tens of thousands of times more than the witch clan. These two clans that dominated the primordial world could be said to be two extremes. One with quantity, and the other one with quality. It was hard to say who was good and who was bad. It could only be said that each had its advantages and disadvantages. After countless years of war, the witch clan and the demon clan had long accumulated a deep blood feud that could not be forgotten. Both parties wished that they could destroy each other completely. As soon as they met, there was no need for words to provoke each other. They would directly fight to the death. Therefore, this great war between the witch clan and the demon clan was a life and death battle the moment it broke out. The battle was abnormally tragic, and the entire void was shattered. The previous battle between humans and demons was like playing house in front of this battle. Chapter 475. Fortunately, this battle took place at the boundary between the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, it would cause unimaginable damage to the eldritch world. The demon race has sent reinforcements so quickly? Or did they send out their entire army? In the human race, Feng Zichen suddenly raised his head and said in surprise. Although Feng Zichen knew that Emperor Jun would take revenge on him, he did not expect that the demon tribe would act so quickly and almost turn out in full force. Was it necessary to deal with a mere human? It seems that Di Jun is quite angry. Looking at the demon race army in the sky, Feng Zichen was not worried. Instead, he was happy. The last thing he was afraid of was the demon race's entire army. If the demon race came in batches to destroy the human race, it would be troublesome. Make a scene, make a scene. The bigger the scene, the better. The more demon race people came, the more the sorcerer race would treat it seriously. Now that the human race had mobilized their entire army, the human race had nothing to do. The sorcerer race would never allow so many demon race people to enter the eldritch world. Pass down my order. The entire army is on alert. Be prepared to meet the enemy at any time. After looking at the sky for a while, Feng Zichen estimated that this battle would not stop for at least 1,000 years. However, during this period, the human race still had to be vigilant. Who knew if the demon race had any backup plans to deal with the human race? Boom. Following Feng Zichen's order, the entire human race was activated. The immortal dragon city stood up and surrounded the human race territory. The immortal dragon's soul roared to the sky and swayed its huge body. It circled above the human race territory and protected the human race. At the same time, the chaos formation was also activated. A huge chaos light screen rose and covered the entire human race territory, preventing outsiders from entering. That should be enough, right? Looking at the human race's line of defense, Feng Zichen did not relax at all. However, he had done what he should. Next, it was up to the heavens. The war between the shamans and the demons shocked the whole untainted land. Many people looked over. However, when they saw that this battle did not involve quasi-saints, they inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that no sage to be joined meant that the shamans and demons had not completely turned against each other. The great calamity that would engulf the entire untainted land had not yet arrived. Back then, a great war broke out between the three Khanate races and almost destroyed the primitive world. And the strength of the shaman and demon clans far surpassed the strength of the three innate clans. If they fought, the primordial world would be in trouble. These powerful beings might not be able to stay out of it, so they were very worried. The battle between nearly 10,000 Daluo Jinxian is truly shocking. One of the great divine powers exclaimed as he watched the two sorcerer tribes fighting. A chaotic battle between nearly 10,000 Daluo Jinxian was probably the first since the creation of the world. Who wouldn't be shocked when they saw this? Poor Wei's chances come. East Sea, Penglai Island. Xianqing, who was in seclusion to comprehend the innate runes, suddenly opened his eyes. It's time for the talisman Dao to appear. Looking at the battlefield in the sky, Xianqing said in a daze. After so many years, he had finally comprehended the innate talisman Dao. He had thought that with his accumulation and the One Yuan Dao talisman, it would be a simple matter to create the innate talisman Dao. However, Xianqing had overestimated himself. Ever since he returned from the netherworld, he had been in seclusion, trying to create the innate talisman Dao. However, he had failed. It was not a failure. He had created the talisman Dao. However, it was not the talisman Dao in his heart. It was the talisman Dao of the later generations. Inscribing the innate runes on spiritual objects to borrow the power of the gods of heaven and earth to erupt with power beyond one's own level. This was very simple. As long as one had a deep understanding of the innate runes, it could be done easily. However, it was easy to reach the upper limit in this way. It could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but it could not mobilize the power of the innate Dao. In other words, it was impossible to prove Daoyuo Jinxian's Dao. It was even impossible to prove Tai Jinxian's Dao. At the end of the cultivation, if one wanted to continue to break through, one had to become one with the Dao. The talisman Dao created by Xianqing could not inherit the Dao. Obviously, it could not do this. That was to say, Xianqing's talisman Dao could make people live forever, but it could not prove the Dao. In the future, this was naturally nothing. Being able to live forever was enough to make people yearn for it. However, it could not be done now. It could not achieve Daoyuo Jinxian's Dao. No matter how miraculous it was, no one would take a look at it. Therefore, Xianqing gave it up. Even if the Dao he created could not become mainstream, it had to be qualified to become mainstream. If it could not achieve Daoyuo Jinxian's Dao, what was the use of creating it? Wasn't that a joke? After that, Xianqing looked at the innate runes repeatedly. He exhausted his wisdom and finally got inspiration from the three Dao of pills, artifacts, and formations. Xianqing traced the origin of these three Daos and found that the essence of these three Daos was a use of the innate runes. No, to be more precise. All the cultivation systems now were created with the innate runes as the foundation. Even the heavenly Dao, its essence was also the innate runes. It was just that the innate runes that formed it were too complicated and too huge. It was difficult for people to understand. After discovering this, Xianqing, no, Feng Zichen, was moved. Why didn't he bypass everything and use the innate runes as the foundation to create a new cultivation path? A path that included the talisman Dao but was broader and deeper. He did it when he thought of it. With inspiration, Xianqing, Feng Zichen, continued to study it. In the blink of an eye, countless years had passed. And the new talisman Dao, which was the innate talisman Dao, was finally created by Feng Zichen. What was the talisman Dao? Using talismans to carry the Dao was the talisman Dao. This innate talisman Dao was countless steps closer to the postnatal talisman Dao. Not only did it include the method of refining talismans of the later generations, but it also used this as the foundation to expand crazily. The talismans of the later generations could only borrow the power of heaven and earth, and the innate talisman could control the power of heaven and earth. Although they both used the power of heaven and earth, the former was borrowed, while the latter was the master. The difference between them was huge. According to Feng Zichen's idea, those who cultivated the innate talisman Dao would first comprehend the innate runes of heaven and earth, and then use this as the foundation to condense a natal talisman. This natal talisman was the foundation of a talisman Dao cultivator. In the future, they would rely on it to carry the Dao and become Daoyuo Jinxian. Talismans had the meaning of command. The innate talisman Dao meant to command the Dao of heaven and earth. With the natal talisman, one could condense the power of heaven and earth, and then use the power of heaven and earth to achieve the ability to command all things in heaven and earth. With the power of heaven and earth in one's body, this would put an end to it. In the future, when the gods returned to their positions and performed their duties, they would have to obtain their consent to borrow the power of heaven and earth. In this way, the mighty power would belong to oneself. Poor Wei, Xianqing, saw a trace of heaven's secret in the dark. Today, I specially set up a Tao to open up the great Tao for all living beings in the primordial world. This Tao is called the innate talisman Tao. With the innate talisman Tao, all the Tao of heaven and earth can be understood. Standing above the East Sea, Xianqing held the Yuan Taoist talisman in his hand and said slowly, "Boom." A terrifying aura rose from Xianqing's body. Then, innate runes surged out of his body and gathered into an innate talisman. This was Xianqing's natal talisman. He was deducing the cultivation process of the innate talisman Tao. Condensing the natal talisman meant that one had officially entered the innate talisman Tao and became a cultivator in the innate realm. As for why he was not an acquired realm cultivator, it was naturally because in today's era, acquired realm cultivators were really not mainstream and had no human rights. Then, this innate talisman constantly blended with heaven and earth and branded more innate runes on his body, making the patterns on his body more complex and mysterious. Finally, as this innate talisman blended with heaven and earth, the power of heaven and earth appeared on his body. Although it was only a trace, it also meant that he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The void refinement realm was also the sun god realm. Cultivating the innate talisman to this level meant that the cultivator had reached this realm. When the power of heaven and earth on the innate talisman reached the limit, it transformed again and a trace of power appeared on his body. Celestial immortal. When the power of heaven and earth appeared on the innate talisman, it meant that he had become an immortal. The power of heaven and earth became stronger and stronger, and gradually, a mysterious light was produced. This was the mystic immortal realm. When the mysterious light evolved to the limit, it became an immortal light. This was the golden immortal realm. At this realm, one's true spirit would be immortal and one's lifespan would be eternal. Only then could one be completely free from birth, old age, sickness, and death. It could be said that one would live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brilliantly as the sun and moon. The immortality that the later generations pursued was the realm of golden immortals. At this time, the innate talisman had evolved to the limit. If he wanted to take another step, he had to transform and sublimate and merge with Tao. Boom. The figure of the innate talisman shook as if it had broken some kind of limit and came to the world of Tao. A ray of Tao light rose from its body. Under this influence, the shape of the innate talisman began to change and gradually approached the appearance of a Tao seal. However, the power of merging with Tao alone was not enough to promote the transformation of the innate talisman. In the end, when the transformation of the innate talisman was complete, it became a Tao seal. An illusory Tao seal. Tai Jingxian. At this stage, the innate talisman represented the realm of Tai Jingxian. When the Tao seal completely solidified, it would be the time for it to become Daoyuo Jingxian. Boom. The illusory Tao seal suddenly shook and countless innate talismans flew out and merged with it, completely solidifying its body. Buzz. An aura of the Tao of heaven and earth spontaneously emanated from the Tao seal. It was as deep as the sea and mysterious and unpredictable. At this moment, it seemed to have become the incarnation of Tao. Using talismans to carry Tao. This was the highest achievement of the innate talisman Tao. The aura of the Tao emitted from this Tao seal was exactly the same as the Tao of the innate clear spirit. It was the Tao of the Xianqing Tao. In other words, this Tao seal was the Daoyuo Tao fruit of the Xianqing Tao. Using the innate spiritual treasure Yuan Tao talisman to suppress fate, forget the Tao of heaven. Innate talisman Tao rise. Xianqing shouted loudly as he sacrificed the Tao fruit to the 9 heavens and the deepest part of the eldritch world. That was the place closest to the Tao of heaven. The Tao fruit was long and radiant, explaining the mysteries of the innate talisman Tao. In an instant, everything about the innate talisman Tao was controlled by the Tao of heaven. Rumble. The entire eldritch world suddenly became oppressive. Even the witches and demons who were in the middle of a fierce battle stopped and stood quietly at the side. because the Tao of heaven had descended. An extremely loud but cold voice resounded throughout the eldritch world and clearly entered the ears of every living being. This was the voice of the Tao of heaven. He recognized the existence of the innate talisman Tao. Rumble. An even larger innate talisman appeared and hung high in the sky for everyone to see. Then, this innate talisman Tao displayed the cultivation methods of the innate talisman Tao. Preaching. This was the Tao of heaven personally helping Xianqing spread the innate talisman Tao. The innate talisman Tao existed in the eldritch world for 100 years before slowly dissipating. And in these 100 years, there was no war in the eldritch world. All the races fell into a strange silence and did not dare to start a war to avoid attracting the attention of the Tao of heaven. Even the witches were no exception. Rumble. After the preaching, Xuanqing's reward came. Above the sky, a bright golden light appeared and then became more and more, covering a part of the sky. That was the heaven and earth merit. Endless heaven and earth merit. It was about half of the merit that Feng Zichen obtained when he established the innate sword Tao. The innate sword Tao came from the postnatal reverse, which was unprecedented. It had great creation, great luck, and great merit, more than the merit of a saint. The merit could be ranked in the top 3 in the eldritch world, second only to the reincarnation of Hutu and Yua. To have half of the merit of establishing the innate talisman Tao was already not a small amount. It could let an ordinary person who had never cultivated enter the sage-to-be realm. Boom. The heaven and earth merit fell and split into 2. 80% flew to Xianqing and 20% flew to the first essence Tao talisman. The first essence Tao talisman was considered Feng Zichen's lifetime numinous treasure. It was a supreme-grade treasure and contained the changes of Khanate runes. This treasure played a huge role in Xianqing being able to establish the Khanate talisman Tao. Therefore, it could receive 20% of the merit. Of course, that was not its most precious part. Its most precious part was that it was not a Khanate numinous treasure nurtured by the primordial world but created by the great Tao. In other words, the quality of the first essence Tao talisman was extremely high. If it was nurtured well, it might be able to advance to a Khanate cardinal treasure. Buzz. After absorbing 20% of the heaven and earth merit, the first essence Tao talisman lit up with a ray of light. Its quality improved slightly and it was a small step closer to becoming a Khanate cardinal treasure. Seeing that the heaven and earth merit was useful for the first essence Tao talisman, Xianqing did not hesitate and injected 80% of his merit into its body. Buzz. The first essence Tao talisman trembled violently and countless Khanate runes appeared on its body alternately, deducing the mysteries of the great Tao, and its aura became stronger. Unfortunately, the merit of establishing the Khanate talisman Tao was not enough to raise it to the level of a Khanate cardinal treasure. When the merit was exhausted, although the aura of the first essence Tao talisman was several times stronger, it was still a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure. It could only be said that it was infinitely close to a Khanate cardinal treasure but was still a step away. However, Xianqing was already very satisfied with that. Khanate cardinal treasures were too rare and could not be forced. After the merit, Xuanqing's second reward came. The augmentation of the myriad Tao. With the power of the myriad Tao augmenting his body, he could observe the world at a higher realm to increase his Tao comprehension. Chapter 476. The mysteries of heaven and earth were in front of him, and all kinds of feelings floated in Xianqing's heart, causing him to fall into a wonderful state. An auspicious cloud rose from Xianqing's head. It was the same color as the sky, and the innate clear spirit qi filled the air. Then the 3 flowers swayed out. They were all of the 12th realm and emitted natural spiritual energy. Daluo Jingxian had reached perfection. At this moment, Daluo Jingxian's Xianqing realm had reached its peak. Next, all he needed to do was to use the innate spiritual treasure to imbue the good and evil obsessions and sever one of them. Then he would be able to become a pre-saint. Actually, Xianqing's current accumulation was enough to break through to the sage-to-be realm. when he was determined to become the great emperor of the Eastern Pole, Qinghua. To save the people and save the world, he understood the kindness in his heart. Today, he had created the Khanate Talisman Dao and his cultivation had reached the peak of Daluo Jingxian. In theory, he could cut off the good corpse at any time and cultivate into a quasi-saint corpse. But in reality, Xian Qing was unable to break through to quasi-saint. His cultivation time was too short, and he had not been baptized by the cataclysmic tribulation. He needed the next cataclysmic tribulation to break through. It's over. After retreating from the Dao realm, Xian Qing felt a little lost. That kind of feeling was really wonderful and it left him with an endless aftertaste. Unfortunately, this state of being blessed by the myriad Daos could only be obtained by those with great merit, and it was only temporary. If he wanted to experience it again, he didn't know if he would have the chance. With the establishment of innate talisman Taoism, the next step is to find a way to promote talisman Taoism. However, Xian Qing soon returned to his senses and began to plan for the next period of time. That was the flourishing of the Khanate Talisman Dao. Nowadays, the whole untainted land was in turmoil because of the war between the liches and the demons. It was an unprecedented chaotic world and the best time for the innate talisman Taoism to flourish. What are the characteristics of talisman Dao? It was talisman drawing. It was the weak defeating the strong. When the primordial world fell into chaos, it was Xian Qing's opportunity. As long as he explained the characteristics of the innate talisman Taoism to the living beings of the primordial world, the living beings would definitely rush to practice the talisman Taoism. Even if it wasn't his main cultivation, he still had to take it as a secondary cultivation and practice the Dao of talisman drawing. Just imagine, if one were to suddenly take out a large stack of talismans during a battle, wouldn't the situation of the battle be reversed in an instant? On the battlefield, those who could become the mainstream were those who could increase their chances of survival. Moreover, when people were facing death, they would often be able to stimulate their great potential and explode with astonishing wisdom, achieving all kinds of unbelievable achievements. The sparks of wisdom were blossoming, giving birth to all kinds of wonderful ideas. With the help of some primitive beings who didn't want to die, the Dao of Talisman would definitely develop rapidly. Presumably, some powerful and strange Dao talismans would appear in the primordial world. Chaotic times were the golden age of the Khanate Talisman Dao. In this peaceful and prosperous age, everyone was focused on comprehending the great Dao. There was no chance for these unorthodox methods and cultivation skills to flourish. With a plan in mind, Xian Qing waved his sleeves and sent out his token in the air, beginning to gather the disciples of the Jie sect. Of course, the purpose of gathering them was to draw talismans. Even if Xian Qing drew for 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to draw many Dao talismans. However, with the help of the disciples of Jie school, it would be different. Except for Daluo Jingxian's Dao talismans, he had enough Dao talismans of other levels to supply the entire human race. Thinking about it, with the help of the Dao talismans, even if the human race still couldn't defeat the demons, they could still cause huge damage to them. As for the disciples of Jie school, they didn't know how to draw Dao talismans. Xian Qing expressed that it didn't matter. If they didn't know, they could learn. Putting everything else aside, the thing that Jie school didn't lack the most was talents. Especially talents who were proficient in unorthodox methods. Most of the cultivation arts in the future were created by the disciples of Jie school. Perhaps, the 100 arts didn't flourish in their hands, but they still had to be blamed for the source. Wouldn't it be easy for such a talent to learn how to draw talismans? The heavenly Dao retreated. The magi and demons looked at each other and started fighting again. Now, the reason for the war basically had nothing to do with the human race. The main reason was the blood feud between the magi and demons that couldn't be resolved. After fighting for so long, the anger of the two races had been ignited. Especially under the influence of the tribulation aura, the hatred of the past surged into their hearts, almost making them lose their minds. Therefore, they fought even more fiercely, fighting with their lives on the line. Of course, there were those who lost their minds, and there were also those who didn't, such as the 10 great demon gods. After all, Those who had been baptized by the East Emperor Bel were more resistant to the tribulation aura than ordinary people. Bai Zhe, who was not blinded by hatred, always remembered their purpose of coming here and the task that Di Jun had given them. Therefore, in the increasingly tragic battle, he found an opportunity to work together with the other 9 great demon gods to forcefully tear a gap in the strong defense line of the Magi and send an elite of the demon clan into the untainted land. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Xiang Lu was furious. He was about to activate the Khanate spirit treasure in his hand to kill all the elites of the demon clan. Under the full defense of the Magi, there was still an elite of the demon clan entering the untainted land. What an irony for the Magi! As a Grand Magus, Xiang Lu couldn't accept this humiliation. How dare you! It wasn't easy to send people into the untainted land. How could Bai Zhe watch Xiang Lu kill them? Therefore, at this moment, Bai Zhe attacked Xiang Lu without reservation, forcing him to not attack the elites of the demon clan. Bastard! Bai Zhe came aggressively. Xiang Lu didn't dare to underestimate him and hurriedly stood up to block him. Affected by this, he was no longer able to attack the elites of the demon clan. He could only watch them escape into the distance. Therefore, Xiang Lu became more and more furious. He vented his anger on Bai Zhe and fought with him crazily. On the other side, there were about 50,000 elites of the demon clan. As soon as they landed, they rushed toward the human clan. Their purpose was obvious. In the imperial court of human Dao, Feng Zichen suddenly trembled. An image appeared in his mind. It was the image of the human experts fighting with the 50,000 demon clan troops. This was the ability to predict the future. It was one of the 36 supreme theurgies of the Big Dipper. It could see the past, present, and future. It could see through the secrets of heaven and predict the future. It could know the fate of all living beings and know all karma. Oh no! The demon clan is here. With a thought, Feng Zichen knew the cause and effect. He was about to use his theurgy to kill all the elites of the demon clan. But just as he raised his right hand, before he could use his theurgy, he sensed that there were 3 gazes in the void looking at him from afar. The aura of the owners of the 3 lines of sight was very similar to Di Jun's aura. However, there were some subtle differences. Is it Di Jun? No. It's his 3 corpses. Chapter 477. Among the 3 auras, Feng Zichen sensed the aura of Di Jun's evil corpse. The identities of the other 2 were self-evident. They were Di Jun's good corpse and self-corpse. Even the evil corpse and Di Jun's 3 corpses had appeared. Hiss, Di Jun actually severed the 3 corpses? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart was suddenly shocked. One had to know that among the 6 saints, only the Taiching saint had severed the 3 corpses. The rest had only severed the good and evil corpses. Even Yuhua had severed the good corpse. As the saying went, good and evil were easy to sever, but it was difficult to know oneself. From this, one could see how shocking it was that Di Jun could sever the 3 corpses. But immediately he calmed down. Wasn't it normal for Di Jun to sever the 3 corpses? Otherwise, why would he dare to enter seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm? It was because he had severed the 3 corpses. Not only Di Jun, but all the half-step primordial chaos existences in the celestial sect of wonders had probably severed the 3 corpses. This was the method of Dao ancestor Hong Jun to become a saint, and it was also the method of becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. As the successor of the celestial sect of wonders, this method was naturally the first choice for the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders to achieve the Dao. Of course, other than using strength to achieve the Dao, this was the only way they knew. His expression changed for a while, and Feng Zichen slowly withdrew his hand. With Di Jun's 3 corpses, he probably wouldn't have the chance to attack this group of demon elites. Believe it or not, as soon as he attacked, Di Jun's 3 corpses, together with all the quasi-saints of the demon race, would attack him together and blast the human territory into pieces. Di Jun was warning him. As long as he didn't attack, the quasi-saints of the demon race wouldn't attack. Dijun, oh Dijun, you sent out the 3 corpses? Although I can't interfere with this battle between humans and demons, you inadvertently exposed your strength. Do you know? You, Dijun, the great desolate celestial emperor, are not as powerful as I imagined. Feng Zichen thought to himself as he sat back on the throne. This time, Dijun exposed his real realm. He was still far from breaking through the realm of origin Daluo Jingxian. He was not as close as the powerful mediums in Untainted Land had guessed. Severing the 3 corpses was only the end of the quasi-sage path, reaching the great circle of quasi-sage. After that, he still needed to combine the 3 corpses into one before he could be considered to have reached the realm of the primordial Daluo Jingxian. Obviously, Dijun had failed to do so. Otherwise, his 3 corpses would not have come out to wander around. Instead, they would have gone into seclusion with him. On the other hand, Dong Huangtai had not made a move for a long time, which made Feng Zichen worried. He had already caused so much trouble for the demon clan, but Dong Huangtai did not react at all. He did not even show the shadow of the 3 corpses. Obviously, he had reached a critical moment and was about to combine the 3 corpses. If Dong Huangtai really succeeded, then the human clan would have no hope. On this day, the demon clan elites finally arrived outside the immortal dragon city after traveling for several years in the Untainted Land. The Untainted Land was too big. Just traveling alone had wasted a lot of time for the demon clan elites. Fortunately, the elites of the sorcerer tribe were fighting with the elites of the demon tribe in the sky. Their journey was smooth and they did not encounter any trouble. Kill! Seeing the immortal dragon city, the leading demon general gave the order. The demon clan army immediately got into formation and advanced forward. This time, the demon clan army had a total of 50,000 people. It was 10 times more than the previous time. The Khanate formation they used was naturally different. As the formation took shape, the shadows of 108 ancient stars slowly rose above the demon clan elites. They faced the 108 main stars of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends in the boundless starry sky. Minor heavenly cycle star formation. This was the name of this formation. It was one of the top 10 Khanate formations that the demon clan had mastered. In the boundless starry sky, the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends trembled inexplicably. A total of 108 stars fell down towards the shadows of the main stars. This was the function of the minor heavenly cycle star formation. It borrowed the power of the 108 main stars of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends in the boundless starry sky to fight for it. Rumble. It was as if an ancient god was awakening. Terrifying auras spread out from the shadows of the stars. Then, the shadows of gods walked out from the shadows of the stars and charged towards the immortal dragon city. Every main star of the Untainted Land represented a Khanate Dao. These gods that walked out from the shadows of the main stars were the gods that they gave birth to. They were the Khanate gods, the embodiment of Dao. They were also the Khanate star gods when they became Daluo Jingxian. In other words, these shadows were the projections of Daluo Jingxian and possessed the power of Daluo Jingxian. A star god clenched his fists and punched towards the immortal dragon city. Bang, bang, bang. Daluo Jingxian's power was so strong that the immortal dragon city trembled uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the fact that it had devoured the flesh of thousands of demon clan elites, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the attacks of these star gods. However, even so, the immortal dragon city was on the verge of collapse under the attacks of the star gods. It was as if it would be destroyed at any time. Die, demon clan. At this moment, 9 powerful auras rose from the back of the humans. They turned into 9 towering figures and charged towards the demon clan elites. They were the 9 human kings. Each of them was comparable to Daluo Jingxian. Facing 50,000 demon clan elites, Feng Zichen didn't panic at all. Even if the 9 human kings were here. With the 9 human kings attacking, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. One Daluo Jingxian might not be able to defeat 50,000 well-trained demon clan elites. However, with 9 Daluo Jingxian attacking at the same time, No matter how exquisite the demon clan's formation was, it couldn't withstand the great power of Daluo Jinxian. Not long after, the demon clan elites were all annihilated. Damn it! In the sky, the demon clan elites were all dead. Bai Zhe sensed it immediately. He couldn't help but roar and charge towards the sorcerer tribe. Pass down my orders. All soldiers, break through the sorcerer tribe's defense line at all costs. Enter the eldritch world and destroy the humans. Bai Zhe was furious and gave the order. The demon clan army received the order and charged towards the sorcerer tribe. In Daluo Jinxian's side, the demon clan and the sorcerer tribe had about the same number of troops. However, the difference between the cultivators below them was much greater. The demon clan had 10,000 times more Tai Jinxian than the sorcerer tribe. Therefore, under the relentless attacks of the demon clan elites, the sorcerer tribe elites resisted for 100 years with great difficulty. In the end, they were no match for the demon clan's human wave attack and were defeated. This also meant that the defense line set up by the sorcerer tribe had completely lost its effect. The demon clan elites attacked the eldritch world. Fortunately, although the sorcerer tribe elites were defeated, the grand sorcerers didn't. They even gained a huge advantage and suppressed the demon gods. Of course, they would suppress the demon gods. In the past, when the sorcerer tribe hadn't cultivated the fiend god path, the demon gods couldn't defeat the grand sorcerers. Now, the grand sorcerers cultivated the fiend god path. Not only did their strength improve, but they also made up for their shortcomings and could use connate spirit treasures. The demon gods. How could they be a match for the grand sorcerers? It was normal for them to be suppressed. Kill. After the demon clan army arrived at the eldritch world, the first thing they did was to confirm the location of the human clan's territory and then rush there. Moreover, unlike the demon clan elites sent by Bai Zhe, this demon clan army came to the eldritch world on a star boat. In other words, they would be very fast. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that there were more than 90 million of them. Other than those who died in the battle with the sorcerer tribe army, all the remaining demon clan elites had gathered here. Driving thousands of ragged star boats, they marched towards the human army in a formidable array. In just a few days, this demon clan army arrived at the immortal dragon city. What a strong defense! But against the demon clan, no matter how strong the defense is, it's like paper. The leader of the demon lords looked at the immortal dragon city from afar and sighed in admiration. But this couldn't stop the demon clan army. Just as he had said, no defense could stop the advance of the demon race army. Because even the powerful sorcerer tribe had been defeated. Who else in the eldritch world could compete with them? Soldiers, get into formation. Form the heavenly cycle stars formation. The demon lord waved his hand and ordered coldly. Then, 364 demon gods with star power around them flew up from the demon clan army with heavenly cycle star streamers in their hands. Then, the demon clan army moved. With the 364 demon gods in the sky as the benchmark, they divided into 364 armies. Boom! More than 90 million demon clan soldiers activated their dermic powers at the same time and infused them into the heavenly cycle star streamers. In an instant, a huge amount of demon aura shot up into the sky and dyed the sky black. Zhouxing in the boundless starry sky vibrated together. Each of them sent down strands of star power toward the heavenly cycle star streamers. The heavenly cycle stars formation was completed. At the same time, the demon aura that covered the sky was dispersed by the endless star power. The heavenly cycle stars formation was the most powerful formation of the demon clan. It was also the formation that could bring out the full strength of the demon clan. It wasn't that the demon clan couldn't set up this formation without Zhouxing. Instead, the heavenly cycle stars formation set up by Zhouxing was the most powerful. The heavenly cycle stars formation's strength lay in its Zhouxing. Without Zhouxing, this formation would still be profound. However, it wouldn't be one of the top 3 formations in the primordial world. It would only be one of the top 10. With the heavenly cycle star streamers, the demon clan could also set up the heavenly cycle stars formation. However, its strength would be greatly reduced. It was the standard of being one of the top 10 in the primordial world. Of course, even so, the strength of the heavenly cycle stars formation was far from what humans could contend against. With this formation, the demon clan will be able to dominate the primordial world. The demon lord leading the demon clan was somewhat mesmerized by the magnificent heavenly cycle stars formation. This person was different from other demon clan members. He was a true Khanate god fiend, the darling of heaven and earth. He was destined to become Daluo Jinxian. Even demon gods had to address him as fellow Taoist. Therefore, he was known as the Demon Lord and was the commander of the 90 million demon clan soldiers. As for the 364 demon lords holding the heavenly cycle star streamers, they weren't simple either. They weren't Khanate god fiends but the sons of demon gods. Yes, they were the sons of the demon god overseeing Zhoushan. Chapter 478. Because of this, they were able to stand out from the billions of demons and wield the heavenly cycle star banner. Kill! For the glory of the demons, slaughter the humans. At the command of the demon lord, the demon army activated the formation with all their might and launched an attack on the humans. Illusory images of ancient stars appeared one after another, emitting a vast aura. They froze the surrounding void, laws, Great Tao, and Khanate Chi. At the same time, stalwart figures walked out from the illusory images of the stars. They controlled the power of the stars and blasted toward the immortal dragon city. As for the human race experts, they were shocked speechless when they saw the endless demon race army rushing over. When the heavenly cycle star formation appeared, the human experts fell into despair. How are we going to fight? The difference was too great. With so many demon armies working together to set up the heavenly cycle star formation, even Daluo Jinxian would probably be refined to death without any chance of survival. For a moment, the humans were in danger. With a deep roar, the 9 lords attacked together. They stood in the void in the position of the 9 palaces and activated the chaos formation with all their might. The demons' attack was too strong. The immortal dragon city alone would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, the 9 lords did not hesitate to activate the strongest formation of the humans, the chaos formation, to resist the heavenly cycle star formation of the demons. The human experts could lose confidence and despair, but the 9 lords could not. They were the backbone of the humans. If they lost all hope, the humans would really have no hope. In an instant, 9 Khanate spiritual treasures appeared and emitted shocking waves. The chaos light screen underwent a huge change. Streaks of light appeared from its body, emitting a primordial aura. Those were Khanate Tao laws. The Khanate Tao laws emitted by the 9 Khanate spiritual treasures. With them, the defense of the chaos formation would be greatly improved. It could even become the strongest defense in the primordial world. Unfortunately, as the most important components of the chaos formation, the 9 Khanate spiritual treasures had not been collected by Feng Zichen. Only 4 of the Khanate spiritual treasures were real. The other 5 were just illusory images. In other words, this great primal chaos array was just like the great heavenly cycle star array of the demon race. It was incomplete and imperfect. Therefore, the current primal chaos formation was still quite a distance away from the strongest defense of the primordial world. Rumble. After being blasted away by the massive heavenly cycle star formation's attack, the chaotic light screen emitted a loud creaking sound. It first shook for a moment before it suddenly shattered. However, the demon race's attack had exhausted all of its strength. Swoosh! With a flash of chaotic light, the chaotic light screen was restored to its original state, firmly blocking the advance of the demon army. The chaos bead was the foundation of the chaos array. As long as it was not destroyed, the chaos array would not be destroyed. Naturally, the chaos light screen would be reborn as it was destroyed. What a miraculous formation! It can actually block the attack of the grand heavenly cycle star formation. But how many times can you block it? Seeing that this attack did not work, the leader of the demon lords could not help but be a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. There were countless capable people in the primordial world with endless means. It was normal for them to be able to block 1 or 2 attacks from the demons. Again, the leader of the demon lords ordered again. Boom, 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 beams of terrifying starlight shot out from the massive heavenly cycle star formation and blasted towards the humans. The power contained in the starlight was already enough to severely injure Daluo Jingxian. However, such a powerful force was blocked by the great primal chaos formation every single time. Although the chaotic light screen had to be broken every time to block the attack of the massive heavenly cycle star formation, it was reborn every time. Whenever the chaotic light screen was broken, it would regenerate in the next moment. Thus, the attacks of the massive heavenly cycle star formation would never be able to harm the humans. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Only then did the leader of the demon lords realize that something was amiss. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was one of the most powerful formations in the primordial world. Only a connate formation of the same level could block its attack. I did not expect a mere human to possess a connate formation that is comparable to the massive heavenly cycle star formation. How surprising! But I don't believe that you can really block the attack of the massive heavenly cycle star formation. All soldiers, listen up. Activate the formation with all your might and attack the humans at all costs. The massive heavenly cycle star formation had been famous in the primordial world for many years. Apart from the 12 divine beings formation, it had never met a worthy opponent. The demon lords did not believe that any connate formation of the humans could block it. The demon army did not hold back. They unleashed all their power and activated the massive heavenly cycle star formation. For a moment, the power of the stars fell from the sky like rain. Zhouxing's shadow was even more dazzling. It was as if it had a physical body and truly descended from the boundless starry sky. From afar, this place seemed to have become a boundless starry sky. The demon race's change brought great pressure to the 9 kings of the human race, forcing them to change their strategy. They switched from defense to offense and activated the massive heavenly cycle star formation to attack the demon race army. Swoosh, 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 beams of connate divine light shot out from the massive heavenly cycle star formation. They were extremely dazzling and drowned the demon race army like a river of stars. Connate chi turning into connate divine light was a further application of the massive heavenly cycle star formation. The next step would be to turn the connate divine light into connate godfiends. At that time, the massive heavenly cycle star formation would be at its peak state and be able to fight against the complete massive heavenly cycle star formation. But now, the 9 great connate spiritual treasures were not complete. The massive heavenly cycle star formation could not reach this stage yet. Rumble! The massive heavenly cycle star formation was activated and turned into a huge star formation. It protected the demon race army and prevented them from being destroyed by the connate divine light. Bang 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 bang. The connate divine light hit the massive heavenly cycle star formation and produced a series of loud bangs. However, it could not break through its defense and even showed signs of being defeated by the massive heavenly cycle star formation's counterattack. Oh no! Your Majesty, we are here to lend you a helping hand. Above the immortal dragon city, the human experts saw that the massive heavenly cycle star formation was at a disadvantage. They all stepped forward to help the 9 kings activate the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Seeing that the demon race army was unable to break through the massive heavenly cycle star formation, the human experts gradually regained their confidence. The demon race was not that scary after all. With confidence, they immediately took action and began to counterattack. Although the human experts were not strong, no matter how small an ant was, it was still meat. They could share a lot of the pressure for the 9 lords. Count me in. The void shook and Yi Ang's figure walked out. He stood with the 9 lords and activated the massive heavenly cycle star formation with all his might. Yi Ang of the human race, the previous king of the human race, the only disciple of Saint Taiching, and the real Daluo Jingxian. With his help, the pressure on the Nine Lords was greatly reduced. After Eong, 3 more divine lights came from outer space and fell into the massive heavenly cycle star formation. They were the 3 ancestors of the human race, Suiren, the Cho clan, and the Z clan. The 3 of them were all Daluo Jinxian. They had been cultivating in Jinxiu heaven. Now that they sensed that the human race was in danger, they quickly returned from outer space. Greetings, Emperor Sui. All the humans present here were extremely excited when they saw Suiren return, and even their battle intent rose greatly. In the current human race, only Suiren could compare to Feng Zichen in terms of reputation, apart from Yua. He was the one who lit the fire of civilization for the human race. He was the real ancestor of the human race. Everyone, it's more important to deal with the demons. Suiren and the other 2 also knew that now was not the time for small talk. They quickly activated their magic power to help the 9 Lords activate the massive heavenly cycle star formation. With the help of the 4 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, the power of the Grand Primal Chaos Formation instantly multiplied. The Grand Heavenly Cycle Star Formation could no longer resist its power. The situation was turning around, and the scales of victory were gradually tilting towards the human race. However, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. In the sky, the Heavenly Cycle Demon God, who was fighting with the Grand Shaman, sensed that the situation below was not good. He was shocked and quickly sent out a trace of his divine consciousness to activate Zhouxing and increase the output of star power below. However, the battle of the Daluo. He could not afford to be distracted at all. In order to help the demon army below, the Heavenly Cycle Demon God was beaten to a pulp by the Grand Shamans. However, he had achieved his goal. Streaks of powerful star power descended from the boundless starry sky and poured into the Heavenly Cycle Star banner. Boom, boom, boom. However, the star power was too strong. It was so strong that the Heavenly Cycle Star banner controlled by the demon army could no longer withstand it and shattered. The shattering of the Heavenly Cycle Star banner triggered a series of huge changes. The first to bear the brunt was the massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation. Even the foundation of the formation was shattered. The massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation could no longer be maintained and exploded as well. Boom! A sound that shook the entire untainted land was heard. Vast amounts of star power surged out and destroyed everything in Zhou Wei. After a long time, the star power slowly calmed down. As for the battlefield, it had become a complete mess. The void was filled with cracks, torn apart by the star power. The massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation was also shattered by the huge impact and could not be restored. The Immortal Dragon City was also riddled with holes. The human experts were all injured and had completely lost their ability to fight. Fortunately, the 12 Daluo Jinxian of the human race did not suffer too much damage. On the other hand, the demons who were clearly at the center of the explosion used some unknown method to not suffer too much damage and still maintain their fighting strength. Form the formation. Form the Great Nine Heavens formation. The moment the massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation shattered, the demons seemed to have been prepared and immediately moved. They changed their formation at the fastest speed and formed another formation, the Great Nine Heavens formation. This was the Khanate formation that protected the Heaven Realm in the past. It was ranked second among all the formations of the demon race, second only to the massive Heavenly Cycle Star formation. Everyone, let's fight. Suiren waved his hand and kept the injured people. He looked at the demons in front of him and said. Everyone nodded with a solemn expression. Now, the human race could only rely on them. Demons, how dare you? However, before they could make a move, they saw a sorcerer tribe army from afar. They shouted as they charged toward them. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.